Everything's dirty if you just say it the right way.
Halitosis.
Or the wrong way.
Oh,
Dicks.
hey guys, welcome back to Tuesday Touches. Oh God, we're starting it already that way this week.
You did that.
Yeah,
You
a
did
little
that.
bit, a little bit,
You
and
laid the
so
foundation. We just put the building blocks there.
no. All this foundation that all got put on like before the stream started.
He's just being a good
Anyway,
DM. He's creating a world for us to interact.
oh God, all right. Hey guys, welcome to Tuesday Dungeons and Dragons. Black Tower Stories, The Adventures of Athoria. Here we are with the Knight or Silver Knights of the Mythal. Yes, and we this week have chapter 91, I believe. Yes,
I
my
remember
last notes
when we used to
say
not be
the
able to say those.
69th day of the first seed morning,
Nice.
and I'm not sure what that scribble means. I think it says awake, and that's my note to say you guys just woke up. So, yes, when last we met off with the Silver Knights of the Mythal, you guys had a bit of a spa day, and went around to try and get some updates on what's going on in Ariellen. Spent a very short period of time with Master Valerion, checked in at the Sweet Nut Manor, uh, spoke with a couple individuals, trying to figure out what it is your next steps are going to be. Uh, and You guys had planned for around lunch this day that we're having now to meet with a representative of the Lyceum Arcana as they have a quest. That's not mandatory, but from what you've been told, it's not the kind. It would not be good for you guys to refuse. At any rate, it is the morning, and you have the rest of the day to do with as you see fit.
I'll say Calum/Kilmo. It's good to finally see you.
Hey,
You're not in a shroud today.
this light works.
Hooray!
I don't have the light that's in front of me.
Yeah.
I wasn't able to get that, but I did find a way to get
Yeah,
that one
holy
better.
shit! People can actually know what Kilmo looks like now.
It's got shoulders and
Unfortunately.
everything.
I know. I
Alright,
know.
wake up, get ready for the day. I don't know what we can prepare for this meeting.
Nothing really to prepare for except go.
Go downstairs into the kitchen and see if Salusa keeps any food here when we're not here. Eric.
Didn't we give her money
Yeah.
to?
Yeah, you left her a platinum bar worth 500 gold and told her to take care of the place. As a reminder, I guess, for the people that weren't there, when you guys returned, the place was clean, and some additional furniture was purchased to kind of make the place look more lived in, but it's still relatively sparsely furnished. But it doesn't look like you guys are poor people, just kind of looks like you guys are living relatively modestly. There is some food in the larder. Yeah, Salusa seems to be taking a job in some form of law enforcement. At least she has a tabard of the city watch on the floor in her room, and some weapons in her closet that are used
Alright,
for
yeah.
combat.
Yeah. Question: is Kelmac's sword in the system yet?
No.
Do you not recall me just getting chastised for like 20 minutes about that?
I
Pre-stream was
do
fun.
not see Valor Heart in my inventory.
Oh, you guys fucking suck. Josh is getting he's trying not to look at me, but the judgment is there. I feel it. Yep, Sean's gonna be like, that next campaign, session we got, you just might as well not even show up. And then I'll be like, but it's at my house. I go, oh no, we're gonna show up at your house. You're just not gonna get to play. That's how that's gonna go. I'm telling you right now. Did you have another question?
No, that was just shade.
Preferably one that makes me look better.
After
That
I
was all shade.
take a moment to get ready for the day, I'm gonna go out and talk to one of the neighbors.
Okay. So, you depart Sweet Nut Manor, walking out past your little rock garden that you guys assembled early on, into this little section of square. The Sweet Nut Manor lies off Starseeker Street, which is kind of the main thoroughfare that runs through the Emberhaven Enclave. You guys are it's not really by street, but it kind of is. You know how like in like off busy streets they might cut off a separate street and put the houses off of that, so that way you don't impact the traffic on the main street. It's kind of something like that, where there's kind of like this little half circle that juts out of the street to make this little court where like 5 houses, one of which being Sweet Nut Manor, can kind of cluster around. And there's this kind of a cul-de-sac, but it's kind of literally right off the road.
It's not a cult.
It's not a cult. And the center of it is filled with it's got this really kind of massive tree. Kind of looks like it might be something like an aspen with this kind of like pale yellow white bark and these kind of golden leaves. Though a lot of them are kind of like a light green, and they kind of they're going from a gold color towards green now that you guys are kind of in spring, really. But it's nice, and so you can go and check one of the immediate neighbors, or you can travel somewhere else if you want.
Immediate
Your
neighbors.
choice.
Who puts up with us? Who has to put up with us the most? So
that would be, if you're looking at Sweet Nut Manor, it would have to be the house on the left, because your houses are really, really close to one another, and so probably that one.
all right, I want to go to theirs and knock on their door.
Okie dokie. Let me see here. This one is... Alright. You go and knock on the door. Takes a little bit of time. And this one has this kind of dark oak with these kind of framed, paneled looking doors with these kind of dark, heavily patinaed iron knockers. It kind of opens up, and one opens, and this elven figure appears within the door frame. She wears this, I would say, slender, partially sheer, barely covering dress that seems to actually show a little bit extra in the midriff. But her hair, which is kind of this chestnut brown, is kind of tied back, and she's got like hazel eyes, and what looks like a couple tattoos and kind of a nature theme variety. You can tell that though she is lithe, she's relatively toned, but she kind of glances down at you and goes, "Ah, you must be the neighbor."
Hi. Sorry for such a late introduction. I am Izal Zella. My compatriots, who are your neighbors, live right there. Just thought I'd introduce ourselves since we've been in and out and haven't had a chance.
Understood. I was told you were adventurers, so spending time away makes sense. Though I must admit, it is good that you've got a guard. She came by and introduced herself, well, not long after entering your employ. The name's Nalira, by the way. And she kind of reaches out and for you to take it.
I take her hand. I do a small little bow thingy. Hey, pleasure to meet you.
Well, indeed. I trust business as well. After all, you've managed to hold on to the place.
We keep mind of our finances. We don't want to lose such a precious place for us, especially where it's nicely centered in the spot. So how long are you here alone? Do you have someone with you? Just trying to get to meet everybody.
Ah, I understand. That's quite nice. No, I personally live alone. But I have a somewhat vibrant community. I specialize in a form of relaxation therapy. It's called yoga. It's from the continent. You might not be aware of it, but I'm a teacher.
Oh, I'm from in Ashgar as well. Well, far north than Moradun, but yeah, I don't think I've heard of yoga before.
Ah, well, it is an elven tradition, one that I'm trying to get, well, more acquainted. But it works. It's excellent for keeping your reflexes and elasticity, staying active all the time. I instruct open sessions over in the Radiant Courtyard. Every other day, about. Feel free to stop by if you wish.
Look forward to it. I don't know how lithe I can be, but maybe everyone else in the group can have some fun there. I don't know.
Yes, of course. And if you'd rather, I do offer private tutoring. I could even offer you a group rate if you like.
Well, I'll run it by everyone else and see how open they are to that. Well, it's been a pleasure. If we ever need anything and we're home, feel free to come by and chat us up or something. Again, we're not always here, but if we are, feel free to stop by.
I may have to do that. You should also consider perhaps having a little community get-together. It would be good for you to meet some of your closer neighbors. We could introduce you. There's quite a lot around here to satisfy your needs, should you require.
We'll look into that. I don't want to take your time. I'm sure you like to get your morning going in your own special way, so I hope to see you soon.
Pleasure.
Bye. I walk away.
Bye. And you see you're kind of step out a little bit. Like you kind of catch a glimpse of the inside. Kind of stereotypically, her house is kind of filled with like this mixture of like, Eastern Zen type stuff mixed with nature. Somewhat simplistic, but nice. And you get kind of whiffs of incense from the place. She kind of goes and closes the door.
You go back to the house. Go inside. KLM.
I'm ignoring you.
Well, okay.
Yes.
We live next to a weirdo.
Why are they weird?
Have you ever heard of yoga? Why are we yelling?
Yeah.
Where are you?
Galen, come downstairs. Yes, I've heard of yoga.
What the hell is it? She said she's an instructor.
That doesn't really mean a whole lot. They just like to stretch.
How does that... I'm very confused about what that would be then.
You know how you build muscles by picking really big things up?
Yes.
They build muscles by stretching.
That's not how muscles work.
Different types of muscles.
Don't think.
Well, different uses for muscles.
Oh,
They don't use it for strength.
Although she was weird, she was nice.
That's all that really matters, right?
Mm-hmm.
What was her name?
Valira? Valira? I don't know. She had an accent.
Nalira.
Malira?
Nalira. Nalira.
Nalira?
Nalira.
Okay,
It'll
well,
be in your dump.
Kalira?
N. N is in Nancy.
okay, well, I
Who's
tell
Nancy?
Caleb. I tell
Valira.
Caleb it's Valira.
M as in Mike?
Fuck you all.
Valira.
You suck.
Nalira. I don't. It might have been an N. I'm not really sure. I didn't want to press it farther, because then it just
Gotcha.
seems rude.
Yeah. Well, it wouldn't be rude to try and get the name correct.
Want to play that whole thing next time we meet up? See if I get them to introduce themselves. You know, that way I don't.
Ah.
I don't know if it was a V or an N
Yeah.
or an M. I don't know.
Who else did you meet?
That was it.
Oh, okay.
Didn't want to overstimulate myself with people.
That's understandable. Look outside. What time is it?
Morning.
We just
Morning.
woke
You
up.
guys just woke up.
That's what I was asking. And we're going over there in the afternoon, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Lunch at the guild.
Okay. Then yeah, Caleb would probably just spend the morning studying and reading. And then after that, I would just go to the guild. Caleb wouldn't do anything else in between.
I'm gonna run upstairs to try to find Yandere and Volred and I guess Kelmac.
I'm eating steel rolled oats in the kitchen.
That's why I ran upstairs and you weren't there, and I was like, I'll find him in a second. Although you did hear me yelling this entire time.
I'm just in the kitchen, just with a bowl, just
To the door, upstairs closed, and I knock on it.
Whose door?
I don't really know who's all rooms where, so we're gonna go with Yandere.
This is that 2-story room building, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I know there's some shared rooms though because of how things were spaced, so I wasn't ever sure like which ones were which.
I know mine's like the barrack-looking room, which is arguably a very large room.
I knock on Yandere's door.
Yes?
Yandere, I met the neighbor. Well, one of them.
Which neighbor?
The close one. So, the one on our right from our front door, but our left if you're facing the front door. From the outside.
Congratulations.
They seem nice. Have you ever heard of yoga?
It's the stretchy thing that people do to build muscles.
Why have I not heard of this? Hi.
Did you need something else?
No. I'm gonna go now. I go to Volred's door.
Who is it?
Yes, he's all.
Sure, come in.
Okay. Jiggle the handle.
You don't have to do that here.
Oh. Open the door. Or try to. Any traps?
No.
Okay. Hey, Volred, I met the neighbor.
Oh. Is he, she, they, them, upstanding civilian?
I don't think she's an adventurer. She's a an elf, and she doesn't wear a lot of covering clothes.
Oh, so she's a scamp.
Maybe. She's a yoga instructor?
Ah, yes, yoga. I've done that before. It's quite boring. Doesn't really do much. So she's a con artist. Got it.
I don't want to jump to conclusions, but she seemed nice.
Well, I didn't get any value out of yoga, so I mean, I don't see how anyone could.
Apparently, your sister was already introduced herself there, so
I mean, I would hope Salusa would get to know the neighbors.
I mean, we did.
Did she say... True, but we've been here how many nights?
7.
Has it really been that many?
It might have been more or less. I'm not entirely sure.
Well, Salusa's been here long enough. Did the neighbors say anything hateful about Salusa?
No, I think she just thinks that she's our guard.
Come again?
She thinks that Salusa is our guard.
As in, we hired her
Yeah.
to guard... That's perfect. Thank you for that. You have made my day. And it is just this early.
Alright. Well, I'm gonna go find Kelmac. He wasn't in the room.
Is there anything else?
Not yet. She apparently has open sessions for yoga, but if you said it's not worth anything, I don't really know.
Well, I wouldn't want you to waste your time.
Oh, okay. I go downstairs and find Kelmac in the kitchen. Kelmac.
Hmm.
Do you know what yoga is?
Kinda. They have us do a little bit of it in the back home.
Back home where?
Back in Summerness.
Oh. Okay.
Keeps you loose so you can strike better. I know they some people do it for fun, but we just do basic stuff so we don't pull anything while practicing.
Well, our neighbor's a yoga instructor.
Well, that's nice.
Hmm. That's one neighbor down. We have 3 more.
It's not too difficult.
You ready for this big meeting?
I could take it or leave it. I know it's going to be a bunch of tightwads, probably.
Wizard politics.
Wizard politics. It's a good thing. It's a good thing we have Caleb.
Yeah.
Is it a good thing?
I mean, we've acquired quite a lot of dangerous magical stuff and haven't reported any of it to the Lyceum because it's none of their business. So who knows?
It really is none of their business. You know, side note, out of character, have we checked with Valerian with was the kid?
Milton.
Milo.
Milo.
Milton.
Thank you. Thank
Caleb
you.
has, yes.
Milton is correct.
And there was another one, right?
The wild magic sorcerer.
There's another one we said. There's another child we
I
said
have
with
not
Valerian.
checked on that one.
Do you remember his name, Caleb?
I would, but my notes are gone.
Let me scroll.
His name is
Oh.
Wolf. Wolf.
Yeah, the one that killed me.
I feel like
No,
you
no,
killed
he didn't
yourself.
kill you. Yeah, you did that to your damn self. But yes, his name is Wolf with an E.
Yeah. So I mean, really, I can't. We really can't trust them since they, from what you've said, will murder families to get the children with magic potential, and also openly kidnap and then deny, like most governments. But yeah, they're just a bunch of douches. So it's probably not going to go well, but we can try. Want some oatmeal?
No. Prefer meat. So I'm gonna get some meat out from my bag of colding and start cooking that.
Okay.
What meat? Because I think you're out of ADAC
I'm
meat.
out of ADAC. Let's see what I got in here.
Well, didn't we kill something?
Well, no, I bought some meat too.
When don't you guys kill something? The question is it edible?
Something we should
When
normally eat.
Volred's curiosity is tamed for the moment.
I'm gonna cook some beef. I got 10 pounds of that. Let's cook some of that. Put some veggies in there.
Is it like later afternoon the meeting, or is it just like
It's around
It's
noon.
at lunch.
lunch?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, the guild, like when Izal met with Maldrasaf the previous day.
That's a name.
That's
Yeah,
it.
Maldrasaf. When he met with Maldrasaf, the guild is, from what Izal told you, really sweating this meeting. And so the guild has agreed that you will host the meeting at the guild. The guild will provide lunch so that everything goes as smoothly as possible.
I will go.
Sure, send the guy who hates the Lyceum to the meeting. We remember what happened last time we talked to somebody at the Lyceum, right?
Yeah.
Kelmac is gonna
Fuck
go.
the
How
establishment.
much shit did I talk?
We're not the people for this meeting, but we
No,
were told
we
to
are
have
not.
a meeting. That's why we're having it at the guild, because somewhat neutral.
I'm gonna go on a jog, several blocks around the neighborhood, to start the day, because it's probably nice and cool still outside. And it probably feels good.
So you ate a bunch before you're
Yeah, it's
going
like
for a
late
jog.
spring.
Yeah.
Can I trade that weather for Alabama weather? Because I want that here.
Well, I mean,
I wouldn't mind the rain you guys get.
We don't have it
got that
right
wet-
now.
North Dakota now.
Shut up. Shut up, you northerner.
You know, it's 50 degrees in the morning.
I would love that.
Nah, we laugh at it when it's in the winter, though, so.
When it's negative 50, and you're just like, ah.
Bye, Galmac.
Bye. I'll be back in time to bathe and get ready and not hold us up.
I make enough food for everyone if they come down and eat it. But other than that, I'm good.
Caleb will, of course, partake.
Andre will eventually come down and also eat food.
Same, I guess.
Okay, Kelmac. Valor Heart is now in D&D Beyond, and you may add it to your character sheet.
Hey, guilt trips work.
Do not take that as proof that if you keep annoying me, that it'll get in there eventually.
But it did
Even
work.
though that is exactly
I
how
thought
it works.
Valahar was a longsword.
Yes, you're right. It is a longsword.
So you
Let me fix. Yeah. You is correct. That's easy. There you go. Refresh the screen and try again. Okay.
We love guilt tripping our D&D.
we love you,
our
Eric.
DM.
We may give you shit, but we love you.
Well, it's off the list now. It's there. So
So Yandere, did Winter Yandere fall Yandere? Shit. Which I can't remember which of the Yanderes. It was Celeste. Is Celeste the one that was there yesterday? Fuck.
Yes.
Did he manage to tell you anything about what happened yesterday?
No, not really.
Okay. We went over to Godwin's place and he brought up a potential quest for us to do, but it requires us to go to the Autumn Court in the Feywild.
Requires?
Yes.
And did you accept the quest?
Nope. Because this is up. We want to be able to discuss it with you.
Right. Well, if you are intending on accepting the quest, did you just want me to stay here with Salusa?
Well, I think we would probably need you.
Why would you need me?
Because we're a part of a team.
You are vital for this team to work. You are important to us.
I don't know if I can go back to the Autumn Court yet.
Like physically
Do you-
can't or are ready to go back?
Do you mind if I ask what happened?
Well, a lot of things happened, but if you are specifically asking me why I'm not going back or haven't gone back, that's somewhat of a long story. But if you are willing to listen, I guess we can go over that.
I mean, we only have
Yes, of
till
course.
noon.
Huh. Great. Do you mind if I get a drink before we start?
Okay.
Yes, of course.
Yandere, like, clearly, instead of walking directly to the kitchen where the drinks and, like, anything would be stored or where the water would be held, he, like, walks towards the door.
Yandere, we have drinks here.
Drinks, right. I meant fresh air.
Are you okay?
Just for a moment.
All right. It's our neighbor's
A
kid.
child.
that is a fairy that has come to claim Yandere.
Oh, it sounds adorable. Let's kill it.
Wolf, is that you?
He's come to finish the job. This is a child. Caleb, what did we tell you about kidnapping children?
I mean, it's worked out for him this far in the campaign.
It is a cult.
They're phasing in. Phasing in near you.
This isn't the aspect of Caleb we wanted you to bring into your real life.
At the point of reaching the door, Yandere will stop and turn back around and just kind of look at the group. I left the Feywild what you would consider a fugitive. I mentioned before that I don't necessarily fall in line with the leadership that is currently present in the Autumn Court. Which is why I couldn't be there for the deal that you made previously. My hesitancy with that is the leader of the Autumn Court recently usurped the leadership that I fell under. And being that I fell under their leadership, I've been targeted as someone in the Great Hunt. That's right. You don't know what the Great Hunt is.
I'm good at hunting, though.
But not great.
You mean to tell me that you have been subject to attempted assassinations?
We don't call them assassinations in the Feywild.
Relieving of duty.
Not necessarily that either. Ceranos, or Black Crom, was my leader. And I don't know how to say this. So I'll just put it plainly. He was beheaded. And you can't really kill an archfey. You just kind of deter it from its power for quite some time. And the person or thing or entity that you guys would probably refer to it as is currently looking a way to kill the previous leader. This takes some time. And I was sent here to elude the Great Hunt.
Why were you sent away?
That was more Callan's choice. He didn't want to see me get hurt.
Who?
Callan.
Person you
Right.
care about.
My partner.
Yeah.
Him and Tira are the two people that I'm the closest with. They're the spirits that protect me when I use that spirit guardian spell that I learned. They're not dead. It's more just, well, I don't know if they-
Representations.
Yeah. Callan was one of the merchants in the Sundown Shores. Had some connections with the material plane and knew since I was listed as a part of the Great Hunt, it would be better for me not to be in the Feywild. So he sent me here.
Are they safe?
I don't know. It's difficult to say. Well, Tira, strong-headed as she is, she might be in a similar situation as me. Callan tends to keep his head down, so there's a good chance that he's not involved at all. I was just specifically listed.
Then I think, if anything, we should go to see if they are safe. To see if there's anything that we can do.
Right now, I don't know if they're in trouble. Like, my presence isn't causing them additional agony or grief. If I go back and I see them, and I'm found to be in the Autumn Court, it's for sure going to be problems for them.
I can understand that.
So this is somewhat the best way for me to keep them safe. I'm not strong enough not strong enough yet to protect them. At least I don't think I am.
Do you want me to try and reach out to them?
I thought you could only talk to deities.
No. And even if that was the case, going that route, I could find a deity to watch over them. But the spell sending, I am able to send messages to people across the plains. Although it going to the Feywild, there might have a chance of it not connecting.
Or some fae tracking you back here.
To be fair, though, how often do we really stay in one place?
The Great Hunt is a plane-wide event. Staying in one place is different than being in a different plane.
Yeah. If you think it is too dangerous, I will respect your wishes. But I just wanted to offer up the chance.
Yandere kind of like comes back to the table and sits down, putting his hand on one of the mugs or cups that are currently present on the table and just kind of scoots it close to him. You haven't told me what this quest is.
Well, I just wanted to get your feel for the situation first. Alright. Godwin requires an object from the Feywild to do some work with it. It's called a fallen star. He said it can be recovered from the seed of fallen stars in the Feywild.
Yes. Close to the sundown shores.
Ooh.
It's just a singular fallen star?
Yeah. He said that in 2 weeks' time there's going to be an astral convergence, and it would be easier to get there during that time.
So let's say this. Give me a little more time to think about it. I mean, nothing is really stopping you from going without me. And it's just a little bit too difficult a decision to make right now. We have 2 weeks. We've done a lot in a span of 2 weeks before. So maybe we can get a lot done and we'll see how I feel. Or do you have to give him a decision now?
I mean, the convergence isn't going anywhere. We can let him know that we still have interest in it, and that's just a good time to do it. But we might need to take our time for it. Yeah, no pressure. And I vote on not doing this if you don't want to do it. So, Godwin's a good friend and everything, but not like you.
I appreciate that. But I'm not going to say no just yet.
Alright. And we can't really say no to this stupid wizard person later, so.
Sure. Okay. So what do we do now? When is this meeting that we're supposed to have?
A couple more hours. At noon.
So you said you met one of our neighbors earlier today.
Yeah.
Do you want to go meet another one?
Sure.
Let's do that.
Awesome.
Yandre, before you leave, quick question.
Yes.
Does the name Ilie sound familiar to you?
Ilie?
Yes.
Ilii.
Ilie.
Ilia,
gotcha.
nah. Ilia,
I
yeah.
even put it there phonetically for you in your notes.
Well, I was going off of the top one, and I misread it, I guess.
Yeah. No worries.
Well, still, that's good. Give me a moment to go through my notes and make sure that it does make sense to me.
I will tell you right now, it does not.
Okay, good, because that is a good 60 pages worth of notes.
Let me save us all some time.
It's like Control S and search.
No, literally, that's what I was
No,
about.
I gave it to him as a PDF. I just like grabbed the pages in my OneNote, right clicked, print the PDF. So it's a lot.
No, I'm not particularly familiar with that name.
That's a lot of words.
Why?
As I was thinking of it, you speaking of the hunt, there's a Akari god that is considered the god of autumn, and they are over agriculture, harvest, the hunt.
Is that the hot one that Volred pissed off?
No.
No, that was Gamidi, goddess of the hunt.
Different hunt. But it is very intriguing that they would have the title of the god of autumn. I think it might bear reaching out to talk to them about such things. I would have to do research to see what I could do to even talk to them.
Well, I will let you know. My experience in the Prime has led me to believe that there's a lot of overlapping deities. Deities that you worship here in the Prime are not similar to the Archfey that we worship in the Feywilds. Though they have the same titles, they vary in great differences.
Yeah. And I also know that there are certain things that could be considered a god in our pantheon that just isn't. There could be it could be an archfey that is heralded as a god. Things like that. Or a story that's gotten out of control. Things like that. And those often produce things of that nature. But I think I'll do some research into this individual to see what I might uncover. But I'll talk to you more about it before I reach out at all. And see what I can find.
Thank you.
Want to come meet a neighbor?
I would love to.
Close a book and put it down, and I'll follow. I'll go with.
Yay! Volred.
Wait, do we have something? Wait, you just cooked. You want to bring some food over?
This isn't like gift cooking. This is crap I made for breakfast.
Fine.
There's like a gift. Let me look through my stuff real quick. Let me see if I have a gift. Do neighbors like swords?
Guess it
Sure.
would depend on the neighbor.
Shouldn't give him a cursed arrow. That'll look weird.
Well, to them, I don't think they would really notice the difference.
They will eventually.
But
Um,
on the karmic scale, that would be very bad.
Some not so decorative mushrooms. Yeah, I got nothing for him. Let's just go say hi.
We can give them this platinum bar.
Just throwing out platinum bars everywhere we go.
There you go. Don't know how money.
We would
works.
get robbed so fast.
Buys the whole neighborhood.
All right, Vora, do you want to come to the neighbor?
Sure.
All right. Let's go to the other side.
Okay. So you head to the other house that flanks the Sweet Nut Manor. This one is kind of a Tudor style, like timber frame, though it does have a lot of stone, like on the lower floors. This kind of leaded stained glass through some of the windows. There's like honeysuckle and ivory that goes up the side. And the plaster is kind of like this darker honey color. And there are numerous flower boxes filled with all manner of variety of color this time of year. You have also can see kind of a little bit from your back. This person has a little bit of a garden towards the back, and it also looks like they may have a couple apiaries, beehives. But as you go and kind of tap on the front door a little bit, the kind of large door kind of inset with like this teardrop window with a stained glass motif of what looks like wildflowers. The front door opens a little bit. There, standing before you, is this human, but a little shorter than average woman, bright green eyes, kind of light brown hair, but looks like it might have maybe some kind of highlights or something that's braided. And she wears this kind of bright sunflower yellow dress and what looks like a gardening apron at this particular time. She's kind of looking over, well, I guess kind of almost just a little bit down to you, Izal. Oh, welcome. Can I help you? Or are you here to pick something up?
Hi, I'm Mizal. We're your neighbors, and I point over at our house. It's been a while. We figured we'd come and say hello finally.
Oh, yes, of course. Yeah, you want to come in? I can fix some tea.
I mean, there's a few of us here. I wouldn't want to intrude.
Ah, don't worry about it. The flowers will keep.
Oh, do we want to go inside?
Sure.
I look back. Yeah, sure, we'll go inside.
Okay. You come into this kind of really large kind of reception area. There's a room off to your right, which looks like it's kind of set up as kind of a lounge or tea room. Off to your left, there's kind of this long room that looks like it would normally be a dining room, as it's got like two sets of arched double doors with kind of glass French door style. But the interior looks to have been converted to some kind of a workshop, and it is kind of wall and floor to ceiling filled with flowers, ribbons, and other things like that. That with the decorative vases and bouquets that you can see dotted all around the house, you're starting to get the idea this woman's a florist. As she kind of gestures, kind of brings you into the little sitting room, goes, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Allowing you guys to kind of get comfortable. She has like some of those old school kind of lounge, like chaise lounge couches that seem like to actually have kind of like very thin padding, and there's decorative carving all along the wood. So definitely furniture that's meant to look nice, but it isn't exactly conducive to you guys staying here for a prolonged period of time. Volred, you understand. Like, this is where you take people where it's like, oh, I want to be nice and kind. I want you to be comfortable, but I don't want you to stay forever kind of living room.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So the woman comes back with this tray and she starts kind of setting up the tea. Well, it's quite nice for you guys to come by and speak. I'm Elora, Sunflower, be my taken last name. And as you might guess, I'm a bit of a flower nut.
Oh, it looks lovely in here, though.
Oh, thank you. It's just with the Night of Flowers coming up so quickly. Here in a few days, I'm a bit swamped getting all the final orders out. You know, garlands and bouquets and floral arrangements, things of that nature. It's a busy, busy time of year.
I can see. I did introduce myself. I am Izal, and with me we have our fellow compatriots here.
I'm Yandre.
A pleasure to meet you, Andre.
Volred.
Red. Oh, are you related to that woman that also lives next door?
Is that what she said?
Well, no, not exactly. It's just that you favor her quite a bit, and she did come and ask some questions a few days back. Well, unfortunately, when Eleanor's house got broken into. So she introduced herself and said that she lived in the area, so I figured perhaps she might be related.
You have a keen eye. That is my sister.
Ah, well, very nice, very nice. But, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
This is
No.
Caleb here, and Caleb would introduce himself, but come on.
Hi, my name is Caleb.
Oh, you're in the shadows. There you
Scott.
Welcome, Master Caleb.
We
Well
also
met.
have an additional person living with us. They're currently out exercising, so
Ah, I see. Must have got caught up in Nalira's work, huh?
no, he doesn't strike me as that kind of exerciser. I think he was just out running.
Oh, well, can't say I enjoy something like that, but this time of year I don't mind a stroll around these parts.
Well,
Especially if you go over to Elintra's garden. It's quite a beautiful and serene place to sit around.
if you ever see a large Leonin Tabaxi person, that's him. He's part of our group. Good friend.
I see. Well, very well. And kind of finishing up. Do you prefer one lump or two?
One? It's sugar, right?
Oh, yeah, sugar. Although I suppose if you'd like to test it first, it is a mixture of citrus and wild flowers. It's quite sweet to begin with, but alternatively, you could just use some honey. I do have some natural ones for my hives.
I'll just take it plain then. I wouldn't want to sully it.
I'll have some honey.
Same.
Kind of goes and it's like
Caleb will have
fixing.
honey.
But she's doing the thing where she's listening very intently and then breaking to like do stuff with tea
Okay,
and then
wait,
looking back very.
Not the tea, just the honey.
Oh,
Just a neat one.
well, that's fine. Would you like some crackers or something? Feed with it.
Yandre looks around.
Yeah. That would go great, Andre.
No, I have enough of them.
Oh, that's bad.
I liked it though.
It's the one thing I'm gonna do to get away with, and that's it. I'm leaving it alone after that. I will never make that joke again.
I was thinking it when when she said crackers. It's like, hey, we could make a joke here. Glad Yandere did it.
Is it a good thing I completely wasn't listening?
Yes.
I would
You
say
could
so.
say
be.
enough offensive
Okay.
things.
You, of all people, do not need any riling up.
Perfect.
Okay. So,
Well,
going through and kind of gets you all situated.
well, I'm sure you can probably tell we're an adventuring group. We're not always home. That's one reason Salusa, his sisters, around, keep track of everything while we're gone.
Well, I think that's quite smart. Generally speaking, we don't really have crime in the area, but who knows? Lately, it probably wouldn't be such a bad idea.
Who is this? Because Salusa mentioned it too, that someone got their house broken into.
That would be Eleanor Greenleaf. She's a botanist by trade, but mostly she works in herbalism. Mostly in research and development for potions and different sorts of things. She has a variety of, a bit of a collection of herbs that are traditionally only found in Ashdar, and makes a purpose of cultivating them here and mixing them with the native flora and such to find some new recipes. Always dabbling that one.
Was there a lot stolen in that break-in?
Oh, I can't really say for certain. I didn't really ask about. I ran into Eleanor a little while back while we were both out shopping. We were heading over to the Embercraft Alchemy. I was getting some various concoctions to help out some of my own garden, where she was trying to pick up some new material for hers. And she spoke a little bit about it. Apparently, some of her research materials were stolen, but not too much about that. From what I understand, the Valiant Blade is going to take care of it, though. So I imagine they'll find the culprit before too long.
That is
Well,
quite
sucks
good
that it
news.
happened. Is this something that's common within in this area, or is it more of a recent thing?
Oh heavens, no, not comment at all. I can't. I mean, yeah, like every place, you get a little bit of trouble from time to time, but honestly, most people just tend to let us go a little bit. Most of the trouble, if we do tend to get any, comes up from the red light district a couple blocks over. But this place is relatively quiet. I mean, there's really only one street in and out, so there's not really much of a reason for people to come in here unless you live here or you're doing some shopping.
Gotcha. This tea is great, thank you.
Does
Oh.
Volred actually like it?
It's good. I mean, you can tell it's a high class tea. It is very floral with some, fruit, so that might not suit Volred's particular taste. But you can at least tell that the quality of the tea is good.
He can appreciate it.
I'll just nod then.
Well, we don't want to take any more of your time. Looks like you're pretty busy here. If we're ever in town, if you notice we're there, if you ever need anything from us, let us know. We'll try our best to help you out. Try not to stay busy when we're in town.
Oh, no worries. And you feel free to let me know if you do end up deciding you'd like to do some landscaping or something. I'd be more than happy to help. After all, I have some offcuts that I could route and help you out if you like. It has been a bit sparse. I know you're gone, so I could even come up with a few options that are really low maintenance. Or if you need help with a gardening service, I could help you out there too.
Much appreciated.
Yes. I'll have my sister come over and talk about some low maintenance options.
Very well. I look forward to seeing her.
Stand up. Should really be going.
So yeah, Eric, remember that for next time we come back and visit? Just assume I told Salusa, like, hey, yeah, go talk to the neighbor, you know, do a little, like, whatever.
I think this house is too much. There's way too much flowers here.
Well, she is a florist.
Her last name is freaking Sunflower.
Yes, that was her taken name.
She married someone named Sunflower?
No. She chose the surname Sunflower. You know, like sometimes, particularly if you're lowborn, you don't really have a surname. So sometimes people take one. You know, especially if you're living in a big city, because walking around without a surname is obvious you a country boy.
And surnames originally began as what your profession was. So
She's a professional sunflower.
Just brightens up the day. Alright, well, we'll be going then. You just trying to keep a head count of who all's in the neighborhood. Are you alone here? Do you have a family that comes visits? You're married? You're single?
Oh, well, at the present moment, I happen to be unmarried. Work keeps me quite busy, but I mean, after all, between some of the guards and then the Valiant Blade, the place is pretty well secure, particularly in this area, as there are guards that patrol it somewhat. So not everyone can afford to live in such a nice part of the Enclave.
Alright. That's good to know. Well, enjoy the rest of your day. We won't take any more of your time.
Of course. And if you have any questions about the neighborhood, feel free to ask. I've lived here about 20 years now, so I know all the good places to relax and perhaps get a bite to eat, or the good bookshops, that sort of thing.
We'll have to hit you up for some of that information next time we go for a stroll.
Any neighbors around here we should avoid?
Is it us? Are we the weird
Any
ones?
neighbors you should avoid? That's actually a really good question.
And if it's none of them, that's probably us.
I was about to say it's probably just us.
We don't want to associate with yoga people. No, I don't actually.
Yeah.
I wonder what type of gossip goes around in our neighborhood.
I can't exactly say that there's anyone you should avoid exactly, as we are a pretty tight-knit community around here. I would say that I would take care, as eventually you will get around to it. There is a place. Good lords. Too many NPCs. Too many NPCs. There is a tiefling gentleman named Varys. He owns a shop called the Mystic Whispers. He's a nice enough gent, I'm not saying that. And he does have some very interesting curiosities. But he also offers services in fortune telling. And, well, let's just say he also has a good sense for people. And there have been several individuals who, after following his fortune telling advice, have not exactly fared the best. So I would be careful, particularly, not to take his advice as using the advice he gives you doesn't. You're just better off leaving the things he tells you unsaid.
Got it. So
was the name
get
of the
his
shop again?
advice, ignore it.
I wouldn't even ask about that. You don't want even the knowledge of its existence clouding your head. I suppose you could say it's almost as if, like, he never really gives good news. I suppose I would tell you with the fortune telling. He's never been wrong, but the things he tells you are not things you would generally want to come true. So best let them unspoken. Don't put them out into the world, I would say.
And what was the name of the shop, just so we can be sure to especially avoid
It's
this?
called the Mystic Whispers.
Okay.
Varys, Nightshade, is the proprietor.
Oh.
But beyond that, if you're interested in some curiosities, he has a variety of things. And as I said, he seems to be able to know an awful lot about you simply by looking at you, sort of thing. So, yes, he gives me the creeps a little bit.
Well, you check out.
I appreciate your advice.
I love all
Thank you
kinds
very
of
much.
curiosities.
I do not push button. Yep, I figure he's all noted that down. I feel like that's something that's going to come up.
You just gave us a big red button.
Oh, I know. I know.
I'm gonna go scamping.
Oh.
Bye-bye. Finally leave.
Bye.
Please go our
Pleasure speaking with you. And don't worry, Mr. Volret. I'll speak to your sister regarding those gardening services we discussed.
Thank you.
All right. Do we go outside? I'm gonna start walking back to the house.
Yeah.
She was nice.
You walk down to the street, walk over, make a U-turn, walk back into the house.
That was fun.
Yes, it was.
It was very pleasant. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
You're good. Go ahead.
I was just saying she was pleasant.
Yes.
Should we get
Was our
ready?
other neighbor pleasant?
Yeah, she was fine.
Do you think they both live there alone?
Yes.
Interesting. So we've met two of our neighbors. How many more are left?
2.
Have we met the shops down the road as well?
Nope. I mean, I might have went to one of them, but that's not on my excursion of introducing myself to the whole neighborhood. But now we gotta go to a meeting.
Great, then let's go.
Let me get
To a
changed.
meeting or to a neighbor?
Meeting. Let me go get changed. I'm gonna put on my good clothes. The dark blue cool outfit.
Is Kelmac with us now?
I don't know how long. Kelmac, how long are your freaking jogs?
I mean, not very long. I probably would have missed y'all going to Sunflower. I would have gotten back I know y'all were interested in seeing the neighbors, so I figured y'all probably went to the neighbor's house, and I was probably getting ready.
We look through the window. We just look into the neighbor's house. It's the yoga instructor, and he's in there. Like, I guess he found the neighbor.
Is he
The
doing
curtains close.
Is he doing cat yoga?
Meow.
Now,
Let's get dressed, get ready for this meeting.
Okay. So, you guys prep for the meeting and then head towards the Adventurers Guild. As you arrive, Maldrazath meets you, takes you upstairs to the third floor, to kind of a large office area. This one done up like a really nice kind of lounge study. There's like a wall of books and like curiosities and such. There's kind of this really nice like mahogany paneling and this kind of wallpaper that's slightly textured and is like vertical stripes of like dark blues and slightly lighter blues. There are like wall sconces, there's rugs. A whole place is meant to be for nice individuals. As you arrive, there's a couple servants who are in the process of placing platters of different kinds of food and such on the really large coffee table, laying down china and such, getting some, wine onto chill and a variety of other beverage carts and such. Maldrazath is kind of pacing about the room. He's like checking for dust, on the shelves. He's like looking around to make sure all the waste baskets have been emptied. He's, kind of polishing up, part of the sconce. Like he's just running around doing everything. And as you guys kind of come in, and looks goes, welcome. You are well dressed. That is good. Making a nice impression. That bodes well for us. So, I hope you are not nervous. After all, there's no reason to be.
Well, you look real freaking nervous.
Well, I must say it is my first time dealing with such a high-profile client, and well, you never can tell with the Lyceum and the Athenium.
oh no,
What can't you tell?
No, I mean to say, they have a reputation of some being quite magnanimous, others are known to have a temper and a sense of elitism. You never know which one you are going to get when you are dealing with them.
So I'm about to talk to my father. Understood.
Yeah.
I was not aware that your father was a member of the Lyceum.
He's not, but the way you describe them is something I'm used to.
I see.
pretty close.
And so you are used to this kind of negotiation?
Yes.
Well, perhaps you should take the fore in these negotiations. Although I can say that Lady Izal is quite well spoken. I cannot say anything about the rest of you.
I will let Lady Azal take the lead, but I will negotiate as needed.
Very well. Yes. I was also able to confirm that in the event, well, when you accept the job offering, the guild is willing to make it a mandatory quest for the purposes of your guild requirements. So that is good, I think.
Well, it's something out of this.
Yeah.
Hopefully, they're not trying to make money for nothing, in a sense.
Come on,
I
come on. Let me see the sword wrapped up and everything.
I have it kind of tucked into my belt, but I used a nicer fabric to just wrap it in.
Right. Put it in the haversack. Thank
Put it
you.
handle first. Don't wanna. Did it come with a scabbard, or is it scabbard free?
No, it's
Oh.
got scabbard.
Oh,
There, Volred, there's a big difference between this guy and your dad. This guy can back up his talk.
I figured as much. I just wanted to seem impressive.
is it?
You're definitely used to hearing from someone like this person. We're just gonna handle this a little differently than we would your father.
Well, see, the thing is, when dealing with this from my father, I would just tune it out, which is another tactic I plan on using today, hence why you will take the lead.
Oh, goody.
I'm not the one who convinced us to come here.
I mean, this is a mandatory meeting.
You were the messenger, and of course you should be shot.
How many bullets do you have? Because it's gonna take more than one.
What's a bullet?
I think
It's a
the
northern
saying is
thing.
don't shoot the messenger.
Well, I don't necessarily agree with that because if you shoot the messenger, it sends a message.
No, you don't
Exactly.
shoot the messenger because the messenger is not responsible for the message they're bringing. They're just the bringer of the message.
What if the messenger is actually a bad person?
Maldrazath, you could, if you got someplace you could be, that's fine.
Are you certain you will not require me for this meeting?
I mean, when our meeting
When they
starts,
show up, yes.
feel free
Force
to
be
come in.
here.
It's just there's gonna probably some pre-meeting bickering. It's gonna make us look bad.
I see. Well, in that case, I will make myself not present and lead you to handle the particulars. So,
All right.
Yes.
Go get some tea.
Yeah, you could
Go
get some water or
kinda-
something.
Yeah, take a seat. When they can just, I don't know, you got a new book, maybe?
We just gotta get our stupidity out of the way first.
I see. Well, you have a few minutes left before the envoy is set to arrive, so
Yeah, go get some tea. Go get some tea.
Uh,
Calm down.
Minutes? I don't think we have enough time to get our stupid out.
Let's get the top levels of the stupid. Mostly mind stuff.
I drink
It is-
just a little bit of cognac.
Just a little
It is Easel. It is ambidextrous.
I mean, I don't know. We're on dry land. I don't think that's important right now.
I just want to get this stupid out because I know we like to argue about that.
We like to argue about a lot of things.
We do. And generally, not very important thing.
No, we're pretty succinct and to the point on those things.
Just like developing a plan for anything. Very succinct.
Throw the plan out immediately.
So, obviously, we're not giving up the sword or anything else big. They're probably they might
What
be one
sword?
I mean,
Oh yes,
we have
what
nothing to give up
sword?
because we haven't been able to acquire any type of magical things. We've been busy traveling around doing jobs.
And if you can't think of anything to say, don't say anything at all.
They probably
Words
want
I
us to
live
go
by.
find something for them.
Or
Possible.
they'll try to convince Caleb to enrolling into their school as like some type of teacher because he's stronger now, which
That's never happening.
I'm not a teacher type.
Nope.
Well, not all I see him type.
No, he's not a very good teacher either.
Oh no.
I'm a fantastic teacher. Thank you very much.
Name one student.
Arthur. I taught him how to read.
That's a low bar.
Oh, the sailor. Druid?
But I taught him how to read.
I know, but like, how hard is it to teach someone to read?
How old was he?
An adult?
Yeah.
It's kind of difficult to teach an adult how to read.
To be fair, Arthur was quite quick at times, so one would assume he should know how to read.
Should, but he never learned.
Had great handwriting though.
Yeah.
Awkwardly enough. Takes another sip of cognac.
Hey, Volric, can I get some of that?
Absolutely.
I'm just
I was expecting him to say absolutely not.
pass you the little flask back.
Is there any more stupid that we need to get out?
Mm,
I'm good.
It's time to meet the Lycides.
CD's what?
CD's nuts.
Oh my goodness.
My daughter's
done.
teacher's name is DEZ.
It's Dez.
No, DEEZ.
D's?
Oh no.
That's why she goes by her first name.
Especially in these days.
D's.
Her first name is Nut.
It's actually India.
Okay. So, after some time spent conversating, there's a tap at the door, and then it opens, and Maldrazoth comes in, followed by an elf with these kind of long, slightly kind of windswept silver hair. And eyes that are of this kind of vibrant green-blue color. He wears this robe that's like a gray blue, but has kind of silver embroidery on it with different magical circles and symbols and stuff, kind of starting pretty heavy at the bottom of the robe, and then kind of lightening up as it kind of ascends with more kind of adorning, the shoulders. All in all, rather expensive looking. You see around his neck, he bears a sigil of the Lyceum Arcana, and he also wears like a little bit of a stole for the Athenium. And he has this kind of silver circlet kind of resting on the crown of his head. As he kind of enters with this kind of very measured step, he kind of glances over to Maldrazoth. Maldrazoth bows and goes, "It was an honor to meet you, sir. These are the Silver Knights of the Missile. I shall take my leave. Please let me know if there is anything else I can do for the Athenium." The elven figure goes, thank you, Maldrazoth. If these are the individuals I'm looking for, then it seems I found. Yes. Good day, sir. Very well. and as kind of departs, he turns around. He's got this kind of like very straight, poised, kind of statuesque stand. Just kind of regards you all. Ah, you are the Knights of the Silver Mythal? Silver Knights of the Mythal? Sorry, I can't exactly figure out which order it goes in.
If we were sitting down, I would stand up and do a slight bow, like Silver Knights of the Mythal. It's easier when it's written out to kind of remember where it goes. But that is us. I'm Izal Zella, and these are. I would assume you know all of us, but I gesture to Caleb first for a chance to introduce yourself.
My name is Caleb. How are you doing?
Quite well, Master Galen.
Gesture to Yandre.
Hello, I am Yandre. Pleasure
Pleasure to meet you, Master Yandro.
Gesture to Kelmac.
I am Kilmac River.
Pleasure to meet you, Master Ribbon.
And gesture to Volred.
I'm known as Volred, and I give just a nice bow, but kind of keeping my head raised while making eye contact, not breaking it.
Yeah, inclines his head in that direction. It is a pleasure to meet you, Master Volred. So, may I sit?
Of course.
Thank you.
After he sits, I will also sit.
And then he kind of goes, hikes up the robe just a little bit, goes to sit down. Kind of places, one hand on top of the other, kind of sets them in his lap. So, I apologize for reaching out and requiring this meeting. Your liaison, Baldrazoth, said that you would be quite interested to hear what I have to say.
We're always interested in meeting anyone of, especially your admittedly unknown stature. But the pleasure is ours.
I see. So, yes, I suppose introductions are in order for my part as well. Apologies, it's just I'm used to traveling in circles where my name is known, and so introductions are not something I must commonly do. Allow me to rectify. I am Armael Tolucius. I am a magus, the Star Ruler Enclave. I serve as an attendant under the Archmagus Isildur Aurelius, one of the members of the Council of Mages.
How do you spell that name?
Let me just paste it for
threw
you.
a lot of names.
You have
Oh,
name,
I
and
know,
I
I
need the
know.
name and title, so I could.
Yeah. I got you.
As someone who consistently fails the Wordle.
This is a name I should probably make sure I get right.
Does Caleb know this individual?
I like Yandre put Amael Delicious.
Roll me a history check.
Not a chance I spelled that correctly.
No, probably not.
44.
24. Armael, not a name you recognize. Isidore Aurelius, that's a name you've heard, though you were not aware that they were a member of the Council of Mages. So that's new information. So you can safely add one name to the list of the rulers of this nation.
Okay.
So
And
the
the
Archmagus is
person
like...
we're talking to is Armael, correct?
Armael, yes.
Okay, and the person that he's under is Aurelius. Aurelius.
Yeah, Isidore. So the Archmagus Isidore Aurelius.
Eyesighter?
He's an Archmagus. And this is Armael Tolucius. He's a magus, which, as you know, Calum is someone of middle rank, which from what you understand, puts him roughly in your same level range in terms of power.
Okay, and
Yeah, because
what do I know this
the
individual was
fifth
doing
circle of
beforehand?
magic is required to earn the title Magus.
Yeah, what the Archmage, what do I know this individual was doing before?
He was adored.
Nothing.
Okay. I just knew the name. I didn't know what he did.
Was a door.
Correct?
It's a door.
No,
I-
was an
hold on.
opening. Now is a door.
Okay, Caleb, what was your question?
I don't know what he did before. I just know the name, and now I know what he's doing. Correct?
Yes, the name has come up,
Okay.
but with no context. Like you probably have heard it from somewhere. Someone maybe roughly related. It could even be Master Falarion name dropped it at some point in time. You don't know.
Gotcha. Okay.
But now you have some context to go with it. But anyway, Armail kind of sits there. So, now that that is done, I suppose the reason, or at least why your attendant was so adamant that you take this meeting is a bit more clear.
Well, that's why we're
That's
here.
understandable.
Well, shall we continue on with the pleasantries, or do you prefer to get to the task at hand?
More of a brass tacks kind of person, so if we could just skip the formalities and get right to business.
Very
Yes.
well. I appreciate the efficiency. Well, let us say that we, the Athenian, recently became aware of your group after the slaying of a certain dragon. We've also heard that you dealt with a group of undead and a cult of some kind. Certainly notable achievements in their own right. So we thought you would be on the short list of individuals that we would reach out to handle our problem. And that is, we have some issues with one of the coteries previously affiliated with the Athenium. A coterie called the Dark Heart. They specialize in transmutation magics, polymorphs, things of that nature. Specifically, their study lies on creating potions that create polymorphic effects, and ways to extend certain benefits achieved by certain effects, such as that, into potions that can grant longer lasting or perhaps even permanent benefits, such as the ability to craft a potion that might give someone permanent dark vision, that sort of thing. But unfortunately, the coterie has taken a bit of a dark turn, and from what we understand, the coterie has begun experimenting with a variety of magical effects that are dangerous and therefore unsanctioned. This has risen to the fact that we are aware of some kidnappings that had taken place, test subjects for some of their more dangerous concoctions. Once we became aware of this, the Athenium disavowed them, and so they are no longer affiliated. We had hoped that the disgrace of the disavowment of the Athenium would have been enough to cease their activities. However, it appears they have perhaps gained new patrons, or have somehow reached a point where they no longer require our patronage. And as such, they seem to be thriving. As rumors continue on about the experiments that they are well, conducting, even here within the heart of the city, it has come to our attention that they themselves have, in a sense, taken to assassinations for hire in order to raise additional funds. We, of course, wish to put an end to this, and even though they are no longer officially sanctioned, violence between the coteries is strictly forbidden, and so we require some outside help in order to remedy this. Naturally, we wish that you exercise a degree of discretion.
I have a slight issue. I don't have an issue with getting this individual handled. It's more, I personally have been dealing with individuals of the Lyceum for a while now. And the type of work that you were talking about is exactly the type of things that I have experienced firsthand. Assassinations, kidnappings. Why stop this one when I know that this has been in y'all's repertoire for a while?
Well, I would say that is quite a fair question. I should begin by saying it would be unwise to paint the Lyceum with such a broad stroke, Master Caleb. There are many coteries here within the capital and abroad who do great work in charity, community, and the well-being of this nation. I do not deny that there are some rotten apples, and generally speaking, they are rooted out. Well, when their existence becomes a danger to others. In this particular instance, I suppose you could say the issue has reached a point where we had hoped that we would not have to settle this with violence. It has become clear that, at least in this case, a non-intervention policy has only caused more harm. I can only speak for the coteries here within the capital. No doubt farther away from the capital, where they are beyond our direct influence, and that is more a matter of the prefects. Corruption, of course, must fester there in all manner of areas. But I suppose I would say that there is very little. When you deal with a rural system, it becomes very hard to bring these sort of incidences to light, considering many of the people required for oversight are also the individuals partaking in the corrupt system. And so, perhaps if this continues to work out, if this is an area of service to this nation that you have an interest in perhaps continuing, perhaps we can find some place for you in your group within our wider organization to remedy that particular issue.
That's something that we could discuss at a later time. But I would love to try and prevent these types of situations, because Somebody very close to me has suffered at the hands. And I do not wish that to happen to anybody else.
Kaylin, if I could.
Go ahead.
Needless to say, we will more than likely, upon a little bit more review, gladly accept this quest. A bit of a personal vendetta on Caleb's side to make sure that this type of incident is snuffed out and not be a reoccurring issue. Of course, if we were to delve into these situations, we're going to make sure that any connecting ideology, we can bring it forth to you. That way you know anyone who might be helping them. And you can help spread that word of taking care and proving to the outside world that this isn't going to be a problem anymore and you're taking that positive turn to it. We, of course, would like some information upon accepting this, as we're not going to go diving into an area blind, and if they're so closely affiliated with the Lyceum and the Athenium, you must have information about locations, some type of related allies they might have. We don't want to be agreeing to something and saying, alright, now go wander around blindly and try to figure out what you can find. We're going to need information from you all, and we all know that you keep an amazing record of things.
Well, of course, our intention is not to send you in blind. After all, setting you up for failure would result in a failure on our part as well. As if a group of adventurers such as yourself were suddenly to die during a contract from the Lyceum, that sort of thing would break the discussion that we so clearly desire. So in this particular case, we can, of course, provide you whatever information you require, as well as some warning, and material support, I should say, as well, such as you might deem necessary. I would say that the issue is not one that requires you to immediately handle, as since they are no longer affiliated with the Lyceum and haven't been for several weeks now, some of our information is out of date, and I recognize that you may need to take some time to surveil the coterie and their hideout to maximize the chances of your success whenever you execute on the plan.
Yes, we wouldn't want to rush foolishly into a situation. But is there a point of contact where you'd like to keep up to date? Or would you like us to just take this on and just be notified when we've completely taken care of the problem?
Well, I suppose that's up to you. You have proven yourself capable adventurers, so if you feel yourself up to the task, then you can simply let me know when the job is done. And otherwise, if you'd like to keep me apprised, or you find that something has changed and require additional support, well, then we can cross that bridge when we come to it.
What is the deadline for this to be taken care of?
Well, ideally, we would like it done as quickly as possible, as for every day that continues on, there is potentially some additional suffering. But I would say get it done as quickly as you can, but as Lady Zal has stated, you don't want to rush foolishly into a den of, well, quite well-skilled mages. So I understand that it will take time, and you likely won't be able to handle it by tomorrow morn. But mostly the idea is to keep any collateral damage at a minimum. If you are able to do that while taking several days, very well. If you take a couple weeks but are still able to maintain, keep the collateral damage to a minimal, that is fine as well. Mostly, we just want to get this resolved before it escalates.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think we've heard quite a bit here. If we could submit your request in some sort of writing, that way we have this written down in a contract-wise, that way terms don't suddenly change halfway through. We'd be glad to take a look over it and get our official signature from it.
That, and how many thousands of gold are we talking?
I'm assuming that'd be in the paperwork.
Yes.
Well, I would like to know.
The highlights are the Lyceum has set aside 3,500 gold pieces to be paid in trade bars upon the completion of this work. And all that is truly required of this is the eradication of the leader and senior membership. To be fair, the lower members of the guild are fair game, but we feel that the coterie will most likely collapse if the senior leadership is removed, and so they are the primary targets.
Understood.
Now, obviously, there is an agreed upon terming of removed, if we're being civil.
He wants them dead.
If you can yes, if you can capture them alive, even better. We might even provide you a bonus in such a thing. But again, we are talking about a group of mages who are skilled in transmutation magic and potentially have collected unknown potions and elixirs that grant them abilities outside the norm. So we cannot say for certain that that will be the case. I suppose, given that, I should also note that the Lyceum will be in charge of collecting any knowledge or artifacts left within the coterie, so that they can be properly studied and catalogued.
Of course, and we'll, according to our paperwork, would be reporting them upon completion. Alright. Just give us a little bit of time here. I'm assuming you have some type of contract already drafted up so we can review and give you a
yes
or no.
I have the proposal, as we have already discussed. Of course, if there are some amendments you wish to make, then new paperwork will have to be drafted.
Look at the rest of the things we need to discuss. Maybe make some alterations, special requests.
Should we not review this as a group in private?
Of course. As I stated, there's not exactly a due date, so to speak. So if you wish to take the evening and inform me of your decision on the morrow, perhaps, that is certainly fine.
Understandably, this is a Lyceum internal becoming external issue. Will we be... will some Lyceum resources be available to us to succeed in this?
Yes, we have made allowances for some material assistance, such as you may deem necessary. We can discuss those prior to your engagement, or if we can hold those in lieu, so that you can, once you have a better idea of what you're dealing with, we could revisit it at that time. I should say you might also want to consider the intangibles of the job here, as you would be handling something explicitly for the Lyceum. and for a member of the Council of Mages, no less. That would go a long way to ensuring amongst the Lyceum and the Athenium that you and your group are seen in a positive light. I don't mean to cast aspersions, but you do have a member of your party who is a hedge. And, well, there aren't many hedges that reach a skill of magic such as your Caleb is capable of providing. I would hope that moving forward, you take no actions that might perhaps be viewed by some as antagonistic towards the Athenium and the Lyceum more generally.
I think
As
that's
stated previous by our compatriot Caleb, there have been several wrongdoings from lower tier internal Lyceum agents, which is where a little bit of bad blood may exist.
Cormac. Which is why, by succeeding in this mission, we will hope you bring a light to any of those situations and either scare them away or encourage more aggression towards those types of actions.
Now that the Lyceum is taking a proactive step towards uprooting and eliminating said factions.
As I stated previously, I can only speak to the issues in the city. And so I can say that I am doing what is within my power to see
That
this
is
is done.
definitely understandable.
Indubitably.
Well, once I'm just gonna, and I'll look over, like Izal and Yandere and everyone, just once the paperwork is completed and filled out, we'll go ahead and review, and we will go ahead and reach back out to you. Izal, do we think of a time frame?
I believe you have a draft of the contract right now. We'll review it over the next few hours and throughout the evening, and we'll give you your answer in the morning. Given the status of you, it'll more than likely be on the positive end for you, but any revisions will be given to you at that point. So we won't want to take any more of your time. I'm sure you've got far better things than to be down here at Adventurers Guild with us, but we do appreciate you taking the time here to meet with us.
Of course. Again, my pleasure. And he kind of reaches into the robes a little bit, pulls out kind of this leather, little leather bag, kind of like a bank bag.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of flips it open a little bit, and then slides it over. This bag is a marked case. It contains the specifics of the arrangement, such as we are proposing. If you have any amendments or need to send that back, simply bring that back to any post service within the city. They'll know what it is, and they will give it the highest of priority.
Thank you very much.
Much appreciated.
Well, it was a pleasure meeting you. You are quite an interesting group, as it was in rumor. So, and gestures up, I certainly look forward to positive relations between the Silver Knights of the Mythal and the Lyceum Arcana in the future.
Yes.
It was a pleasure to meet you. Have a day.
I stand up when he stands up.
Okay. He goes and heads towards the door, kind of stops briefly. By the way, I believe you had another member of your group previously, Mr. Gandalf Findleton, I believe.
Ah, yes, Gander.
Yes.
Yes, he does quite a bit of work for the Lyceum as it stands, yes?
Yes.
Well, good to know. I, of course, believe he would give you a stellar personal reference if asked. But,
Reach out to him
yeah,
shortly then.
very well.
Enjoy
Not
yourself.
that you require it, of course. Have a wonderful day.
Slight
And
bow.
with that, he departs.
As he leaves, wait a few seconds.
Closes the door.
Did we need to repeat
Bleh.
like half that conversation at the end of it?
What?
No.
I'm looking at Kelmac.
What do you want from me?
You repeated the first half of the conversation. I love you, Kelmac. Well, let's get a look at it. Oh, we should call. I'll pull out. If Meldrazath does not show up within the next 4 or 5 minutes, I'm gonna go find him.
Not long. Kind of returns. Kind of entering. Kind of straightening his little vest a little bit. You see there's a little bit of sweat staining under the in the armpit.
It would seem that the Megas has left. I trust negotiations went well. No one looks to be injured.
Yeah, everything was fine.
Good.
Everything was reasonable.
I take it his terms were amenable.
We're reviewing the final notes and expect to offer an acceptance tomorrow.
If Lucius
Good.
is available, would he be able to offer legal counsel as we review this contract?
Who is Lucius?
Is it Lucian or Lucius? Who's our legal counsel guy?
It's Lucian, but he's back in Abaddon.
Ah, shit. Yeah.
Different city.
Just get him on the sending
We
stone.
teleport a lot.
You got
Is
it.
legal,
Goes,
is legal counsel available?
Yes, of course. The guild has a number of individuals. There is one in particular, I believe, who deals with contracts in the Lyceum. I believe they would be very useful in this regard. Do you need to speak with them now? I am not certain they are present, but
If we could request them to meet with us, we'll be going over the contract here, and someone else to also go over it would also be beneficial.
of course. If it is easier, I could have them meet you at your home so that you do not have to travel.
That will work. We'll be back at our manor then. As we
Very well.
fold the paper
And
away.
when should I have them call on you?
As soon as possible. Like to get this
Today.
reviewed as
Very
much as
well.
possible.
I
When they're
will
free.
let them know as soon as possible to head to your place, the Sweeten Manor.
Sounds weird when you say it.
Is there another way to say it?
No, I just the space between the words and just the inflection. We'll be on our way. Thank you though, Maltrazeth.
Good. I'm very glad that this turned out reasonably well. It does not always.
Alright. Have a good day as we take our leave and head to the manor.
head to the manor. We're gonna go ahead and take our break now.
Okay,
Minor. Minor.
Break time.
Kill them all!
I mean, it was just a meeting. I don't think you need a TPK everyone.
Vengeance.
Fifth
Vengeance is
level
the name of the game.
fireball.
Oath of
Why would you cast
Diplomacy.
Fireball up leveled?
Fireball is a
Because it's a
terrible.
wand.
It's a terrible upcast spell.
Not if you use a wand.
Then it's not really a spell. It's an item.
Yeah, but you can still upcast it. And
What if
still
you're a
technically
sorcerer and
casting.
you maximize spell it upcast?
Still not great.
You can't maximize a wand spell, I don't think.
No,
Well,
you
no,
No,
he
I
said
mean,
as a
it's-
sorcerer if you cast it.
maximizing a spell just gives them
Oh.
disadvantage on the save. And then you can amplify, or is it amplify? Amplify and maximize. Amplify lets you re-roll dice up to the number of your charisma modifier.
I think he's talking about there was a meta magic that just you use max damage. You don't roll. you
There's
just use
there's no
damage.
meta magic that does that. I know that for sure.
In 5th and 5e. Okay.
Or what you could do is you could become a Tempest Domain Cleric.
And
And
take
then-
the
No.
sorcerer
Don't-
feat that lets you get the meta
Sorcerer?
magic ability, turn everything into thunder damage, and use flame strike.
Don't you be doing that
Exactly.
Lyle bullshit.
What?
Lyle had nothing to do with that. That's all me.
I saw that on a
You don't
D&D
think
short
I haven't
today.
created a 10th level caster specifically for conjuration spells? Or evocation spells?
Welcome back, Rab and
Yes.
Ari. Anyway,
If Caleb ever
Yeah,
dies,
guys.
he has
Hey,
something
welcome.
completely different.
Whoa. I'm gonna vet the shit out of whatever character you bring in next time. I'm telling you.
Hello.
hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Welcome back.
Yeah. It is
Was-
now slightly after lunch on the 69th day of the first seed.
All right, back at the manor.
Manor, yeah, you're going there.
He's all. I don't mean to go over like and just reiterate things. I just want to be
Certain?
involved.
Right, that's fine.
I don't feel involved a lot with whenever they're
Look,
understandably you
I'll
are very
give-
good at doing the negotiation.
I'm very good at just managing a regular ass talk. That's why I have people look over paperwork for me, because I am not. I don't know the nuances for it. But if you bring up instances that were mentioned previously in the conversation, it does create the air that you weren't paying attention. So you gotta be careful about that.
Perhaps, if I were to interject, we, in future discussions, give Kelmac a question or two pre-planned so that he can be involved.
That should work. Especially, like, for instance, Volred, you brought up the purpose of the reward structure for it. I wasn't even going to bother doing that because it was going to be written down and we could argue with them all day about it. But that's definitely something that Kelmac can handle, I think. Or other things
For
as well.
sure. It's always in the contract, but when you bring it up verbally, it reminds them in the now of what we're all really here for.
Profit.
And I
Exactly.
Which also brings... Oh, go ahead, Kelmac. Sorry.
thought it was a good interjection, bringing up the Lyceum resources available to us, because they may have some magics we do not that may
That
help
was
us.
very good. I will give you that, Kelmac. That was a very great question.
But they did mention that they were going to offer us services since we were acting upon or as the Lyceum earlier.
Mm-hmm. Which, it does help that Kelmac brought it up because he specifically mentioned access from the Lyceum. And if they decide to stonewall us, I was just going to throw a bitch fit about it and just demand the information anyway. So, this kind of reiterating that. Well, and we can definitely go over that with the contract and make sure that's listed in there. That way we're not going to get we need information, they're not going to help us in this situation. Which,
And to be more specific and fair to Kelmac, I don't think you did anything that was necessarily very wrong, but the one error was sort of mentioning back to previous disdain that Caleb brought up, which was more of a potential sore subject that we had gotten over.
Like, Caleb, that is an issue. As soon as he brought up the fact that this transmutation division was kidnapping and causing assassinations, my immediate thought was, y'all are already doing this shit. This isn't new, and this is recent. I personally, going into this, once I heard that, was this entire mission is some form of cover-up, that any of these divisions could be doing the same tactic, and these individuals have information that is they refuse to share, possibly, and decided to break off, and they're using this whole assassination, kidnapping ruse as a way of making it more liable that we can just go and take care of them without ever asking into it. But I just wouldn't have said, from your perspective, Caleb, that you have direct contact with those types of situations, because that immediately raises the alarm of things. Is like, we no longer have that leverage that they don't know, because we never reported that information to any source, so they don't know that that was a situation going on, because we never reported it.
Yeah.
It does kind of give them knowledge, like, oh, this has been discovered outside of the aspect, which, credit to that guy, he immediately rebuttals, like, well, I don't have control over those outside areas, but it's just a bunch of hooey. If it's happening there, it's clearly happening here, means it's happening everywhere.
Yeah.
I would think we could go into this situation finding as much information that would tie it directly back to the head of the main Lyceum group. That way, if this becomes an issue, I'm not a fan of trying to blackmail archmages, but information spreads real fast.
Yeah.
The one thing that crossed my mind was, if we were to happen to accidentally dispose of these items that would be beneficial to the Lyceum while in pursuit of the ones we are trying to detain and or kill, that might be the best thing for society.
I'm not a fan
Do
of...
we want the Lyceum to get their hands on these mutations that this group has been working on?
I want to know what these things do. Caleb, I'm sure you're kind of interested too. Which is it? One of your teachers a transmutation specialist?
No.
Man, this is the one we could have talked to him about.
What was the question?
Is one of them a transmutation specialist? Because you have necromancy.
Oh, one of his Ruka?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't believe so.
Mm-mm.
Not any of the rookies I trained under. There might be others, but none that I trained under.
I mean, if
Warm Godfrey's an illusionist. Valerian is enchanter.
Yeah.
Scipio's a necromancer. Eckerd's a diviner. Yeah.
I definitely want to know what those discoveries they made can do, because they might...
Permanent dark vision?
I mean, I already got that, though.
Well, I can
Caleb.
already do that.
I might just have to test some of them out, Who knows?
Well, isn't that the reason why we're currently having this discussion? Is somebody is testing things out that makes things permanent that could be dangerous? Would that put us on the Lyceum's radar?
Well,
they are talking about they're testing.
Experimenting. We're testing. They did the experimentation.
Yes.
Can you tell me what the difference between that is?
Documentation.
Well, they've already gone through the
Refinement process.
yes, and they are using testing subjects, and they tend to hurt individuals whenever things go awry. That's the problem with testing things in this manner. The test subjects could have probably died. We don't know exactly what happened. Whereas if we take an item such as a potion of
Stone giant strength.
yeah, that is permanent, that they've already tested, it is therefore already tested and used. But
they won't know the inventory of everything that's there.
But also, I recently came in possession of a spell that does something similar. Just without the experimentation process.
I pull out your sword, Kalamak, and I give it back to you.
Oh, thank
So I just need certain spells to be able to use it, and it costs a lot of money to do these things. Because I have a permanency spell that will let me.
Stone giant strength?
No, I don't. Well, I don't have a spell for stone giant.
I was
Giant
using it
strength.
as an example.
But in that same regard, I can. There's a spell called Dark Vision, and I can use permanency on Dark Vision. Both spells that I know to permanently be able to see in darkness, which is similar to one of the potions that they were trying to create.
I think the issue they're having is that they are circumventing the use of a permanency spell and are making potions that are permanent and are circumventing what seems to be a gatekeeping method.
I would also like to say that I believe I am the only individual in this age that knows this spell.
Other than Valerian.
I'm not going to say that.
Do I believe Caleb?
Okay, just making sure that. Yeah, I know because you lost your nose.
Well, no, because I know everything about Valerian because he is my friend. And we've actually had
Yeah, he's the cool teacher that you stayed friends with even after you graduated.
Maybe he had a permanency.
We have had a lot
spell.
of conversations about him. That's why I remember him.
Yeah. And honestly, like, comparatively speaking, he's not really that much older than you.
No.
Few years.
He was talented.
Oh, yeah.
We should definitely approach this entire concept with a grain of salt and assuming that both parties are wrong.
Yes. My main thing is to do with the testing. If there was something that has gone wrong and hurt individuals who did not want to partake in part of the testing, that is my problem.
Oh, this is 100% that issue.
Exactly.
The idea that the Lyceum, or whatever they want to call themselves, didn't know that these experiences were going on, I find very hard to believe.
Well, he said they knew it was going on, but they thought that the unsanctioned would stop it from happening. Instead, they just did it willy-nilly.
Right.
And that's the problem.
So the Lyceum, I'm just going to get this straight, just so I didn't sound dumb in front of the guy, told the group, hey, you can't do that. And so the group just said, okay, fuck you then, and just left, and it just kept doing it.
What it was is the Lyceum allegedly found out they were doing all these things and dismembered them, or whatever the word for when you kick them out. And
Disavowed.
said, no, disavowed them and said, nope, we're not affiliated with them. They're terrible people. We don't have any affiliation with them anymore.
Okay.
That's it. There's no one saying that they didn't know all that stuff was going on to begin with, and then it just got out that they were kidnapping and assassinating all kinds of things.
That now that it became public, they're like, oh.
Oh, it's easier to cut off the foot than the entire fucking leg. So
I got you now. I got you.
we'll take care of their stupid media problem, and if we find some information that would make them look even worse, we'll definitely take it.
Yep.
Especially if it does have that offshoot chance that they were telling somewhat of the truth, and it could make them have the other groups not have this problem of kidnapping and assassinations. And it would look kind of good, but getting closer would allow us to make their lives way worse later on.
I think that's what I was trying to get at when I brought up the stuff again, is that maybe they didn't know the stuff was going on, and this is being able to kind of put all the groups on their toes.
My issue with bringing that up was we never brought it up to any authority. That was something that we discovered. So they didn't know that we knew all that stuff was going on.
Yeah.
So we kind of just tilted our hand to showing that this stuff was happening somewhere else, which goes into the reaction that he had when he immediately got defensive of it. But we'll take care of him. I'm assuming we go over this contract and everything's fine. We'll request some type of dossier about previous locations, whereabouts, contacts they might have had, and we'll start scouring the city, asking questions, and just seeing what people might say. Not obvious questions.
Maybe if they have an agent, attempt a scrying spell, perhaps. Understandably, they may have a mage who's watching for scrying spells and would then alert them to it, but
we're not going to try to scry on their heads, though. If we can find someone who's affiliated with them that's on the lower ranking, following that person's a lot easier than trying to immediately go for the head.
Yep.
We'll delve into this information. We'll do our little scouring. Whichever comes first, we'll just approach it the way we should and not immediately rush into a situation until we get to a point where we start rushing into situations.
We are pretty commonly known to do that.
Maybe we learned something over the past, month. Not likely, but we might have.
Yeah.
it's getting a little better. We're getting a little better.
But either way.
Anyone have any unspoken feelings about the situation?
I'm going to be very upset if they try to spin a story about us, if violence has to come out during this.
They're trying to peg their name onto a growing adventuring group that has a good name about them. We are their propaganda. You were in the military, right? Was there ever a soldier or someone that you always hear stories about? They did all kinds of amazing things, but when you literally think about the situation, there's no way they could have done that alone. There had to have been a lot of things around them. We're kind of their head going into a bad PR situation.
It's the poster boy.
Mm-hmm.
That's fair.
So, Caleb, how confident are you going against, like, an Archmagus?
I am very confident in going against an Archmage.
Okay.
And you see the sarcasm completely.
It's like
Now,
a featherweight going against Mike Tyson. Like, I can take him.
the individual we spoke to? Possibly. But Archmage, no. That would be I would need assistance from my father at least. I don't even think Master Valerian would even be able to help me with him.
Valerian's an archmage.
Yes, but different styles.
What if I hit the Archmage really, really hard?
That would definitely help. Although, Master Valerian with us against the Archmages, that's a different story. But just by himself, it's a different entirely.
One final point going into this situation. Anything that we do in the process of solving this problem, abilities, magical items, things we might use, we should assume that the Lyceum would then know about it,
Yes.
as if they were spying on us in the process.
So therefore, a certain weapon I don't believe should be used or out.
I mean, if you want to use
Well,
it, that's fine. And we don't have any. It's just a wrapped piece of stick with a cloth on it.
Okay, I don't know what to talk about, Caleb.
Okay. Just my recommendation.
It's legally binding in our possession now at this
That's
point.
fair.
So they literally can't take it from us without getting in trouble.
That's fair. I'll give you that.
hence,
I was about to say, they could try.
hence my double notary that I got taken care of right here.
Yeah.
In any case, let's go over this paperwork.
All right. It looks pretty standard. I would need someone better learned in legal documents to make sure there's not some hidden thing in here. Caleb,
Yep.
detect magic.
I cast Detect Magic.
That contract's heavily chanted.
And I try and see
It's
if
a mimic.
I try to see if there's anything enchantment wise that we should look out for on this contract.
Nope. It appears mundane, vellum, and ink. Expensive, but mundane.
Alrighty. I will say it's expensive, but
Is that good?
I don't believe it has anything magical about it.
All right.
So I believe we are safe in that regard.
We'll just wait for legal representation.
Okay. Which comes relatively soon. About mid-afternoon, couple hours after you guys left, there is a ringing at your front door as a woman with jet black hair and emerald eyes, human, stands before you with these kind of blue robes and a bit of a black shawl or something over the top of that. She carries kind of a dark leather bag over one side and a tome crooked underneath her arm. As you guys kind of open, she turns around. I believe you are the Silver Knights of the Mythal, yes?
That's us. Please,
Yes.
I'm
No,
assuming you're
you never say it's us. What if she's here to serve us?
the group?
He is here to serve us.
Ma'am, you may come in.
Did you
Yes.
misgender her?
As you come in, she's like, I am Alicia Ravenshadow. I was informed by the guild that you were in need of legal counsel.
Yes, we are. We recently came into possession of a contract from another individual, and we would like to make sure there's no legal jargon that's going to trip us up in the future.
Very astute of you. I assume you have been wronged previously.
No, because I always take this precaution.
My family has wronged plenty of people.
I've
That's
learned through
different.
Volred's example.
Different circumstances.
I've been on the other side of the contract. Well, I have.
The winning side.
But my family has. That's not a brag, it's just a statement.
Uh-huh.
I think
Kinda.
it's an unwarranted
it's a
statement.
little braggy, but it's alright.
I have the document over here if you'd like to take a look at it.
Yes, I would certainly like to take a look at it.
Would you like any tea or anything while you do this, or?
Tea would be wonderful if you have it to spare.
Can I just whisper over who's right next to me and you'd say, you can't believe how many people just signed things, really?
I feel like it's Yandere. I go to the kitchen. I'm like, what type of tea does she have? So Lucy's the only one who puts stuff in the kitchen, not me. Which means I spend a good 5 minutes looking for shit.
Yeah, I
You'd be
mean,
amazed on
there's some basic kind of like black teas, but you notice a surprising amount of like citrus teas, like that kind of stuff. Definitely tends to lend citrus and mint appear to be the two varieties she's got the most options for.
She's buying citrus. That's commodity. She needs to stop that. That's
she
not
got
in the
it from
budget.
the neighbor.
Probably. This would be the climate for that.
Start making some tea.
Okay. So make some tea. You guys kind of watch as Alicia basically just kind of takes her stuff down and starts pouring over the contracts and everything with a fine-tooth comb. As you guys kind of bring the tea and let it steep for a little bit. About a half hour or so goes by as she's kind of like reorganizing the papers. She goes, well, I must say that they are certainly doing every effort in order to get you to accept this contract, as far as I can tell. Did they give you some idea as to how difficult the job that you'd be taking is?
Fairly.
Well, then I just hope at least that the compensation is fair. But it seems they are offering you quite an exorbitant sum.
It's okay. Yes, it's perfect. Quite ideal.
Well, there isn't anything here that should cause a problem for you legally. After all, the only thing that might bear negatively against you is, of course, the waiver of liability should you die. But that's pretty standard fare in guild contracts, so not so much.
We're
Have you done many jobs for the Lyceum?
We actually try to avoid them as much as possible.
unfortunately
Well-
fame seems to be getting ahead of us.
Let me see. Well, then this looks fine, but I would recommend you keep your vigilance in the future. Sometimes the Lyceum has been known to give quests such as these to adventurers as a means of testing them. So they
in a sense, I believe the phrase is honeypot you with a rather attractive reward to begin negotiations, and then the supplemental quests are truly there to help them collect information they require. Perhaps they truly just wish to work with you, but it would seem in this case they are quite interested in having you complete this job and are pulling out extra stops to ensure that you have no reason not to accept.
Well, I thank you for your counsel. As long as there's nothing hidden in some type of voidable contract in the event of some niche situation coming up, we should be fine.
Something that would, I guess, would allow them to immediately eject themselves from the agreement.
No, nothing like this. As I said, the actual contract is fairly boilerplate Adventurers Guild things, so
Entirely
drafted in
on
this.
us.
Yes.
Everything seems to be on the up and up.
And I thank you for your honesty and your counsel.
But it is what I'm here for. After all, the guild pays me quite handsomely to answer questions such as this. So, was there something else I can help you?
If everything's fine here, look at the rest of the group. Maybe we can sign off and agree it. Can you work as a notary to? I'm sure it's
Yes,
signed
of
off?
course.
All right. We'll sign off on it. That way it's official. Get the notary's approval.
Yeah.
Pull out the whole signature, Kilmac River, hands going forward. Also,
And bust out those calligraphy skills, guys.
UVA, SNM, Silver Knights of Methyl, formerly known as Sweet Nut Milk.
That's just a stamp.
Okay.
All right. We'll be turning this in then. Thank you for this.
Again, my pleasure. If you do require anything else, please let me know.
Well, next time we get a interesting contract, we'll have you come on over and get a look at it.
Of course. And especially if, as I suspect, the Lyceum wishes to continue your relationship.
We'll value your input since you already know of them trying to hamstring.
Well, I will say one of the more common tactics is once you have done some work for them, they attempt to hire you for jobs outside of the guild. I just would recommend that any jobs you take, such as this, are taken directly within the guild system, as if you go outside of the guild system, you lose a great deal of protection.
Like I mentioned, we're not big fans of doing contracts with them in the first place. That's why we specifically went through the guild.
Yes.
I will get up. I'll show her to the door. Thank her. Stay safe out there.
Have a wonderful day. And she kind of flicks out a business card.
Ooh,
You may feel free to summon me if you require anything else.
thank you.
She's a demon. Summon her.
Nah, the other guy had one too. These are very nice.
Are
No.
they double ply?
It's like a thick cardstock with some embossing and a little bit of gold leaf.
When
Is-
she
is
leaves,
it-
I
is
pull
the
out
lettering in
I pull out
bone?
Lucius's one. It's like, all right, which one of these cards are better?
I would say they're similar. Lucius's has a little more elegant a script, and it's
silver leaf instead of gold leaf.
Mm.
But he does have a little bit more embossing and stuff along the edges, so it's just a different style.
They're
But it
both-
looks like expensive lawyer business cards.
These are nice.
Every time we talk about the business cards, I look up the American Psycho business card scene.
I think of that meme when
I was
every time
literally
see-
looking at the gifs.
Ooh, nice.
Raised lettering, pale nimbus.
Oh, cool. All right, so looks like we're all good on this. We gotta go. I can go turn it into the Adventurers Guild or the post office.
If you didn't want to go all the way to the end, but I mean, how much time does it really save you?
The day is still young.
Wait. Don't turn it in now.
Fake
Turn
and
it
wait.
in. Wait just a little bit. We could relax in the meantime. No need to get started.
Well, we said we turned it in tomorrow. There's no saying we can't turn it in late tomorrow.
Tomorrow morning should suffice.
Oh, okay. We're gonna be slightly rude.
We want to be punctual, but we don't want to be early. That would just come across that we're
Eager?
Well, there's a difference between being eager and, well, being a pick-me guild.
All right. What do you got planned for tonight?
I want to drink somewhere.
The tavern's like we are very close to the tavern.
It's actually several taverns.
And
I like the I like our
from what
tavern.
y'all told me about your visit with the neighbor, we are somewhat close to the red light district, so there are bound to be bars and taverns over there.
I knew that too.
Yeah. Yeah, because a little bit south of you, I guess it's more southeast, really, if you're looking at the proper map, is the red light district. That's just a couple neighborhoods over. Then you have this one. There are taverns and such here in this neighborhood. And then the Daring Dragon, where you guys seem to spend so much time. It's the big place on Wyvern Square.
I take the contract, wrap it up. I go and hide it in a back cabinet of the kitchen. I don't want to carry it on me.
Okay.
Right. I want to go see the fortune teller that our neighbor told us about.
Why?
Because I want to make sure to avoid it later, so I need to know where it's at.
I don't trust you.
I'm
I'm just
for good
I'm just gonna
reason.
look at he's all just really you just
Look, our neighbor Sunflower said that there's a tiefling named Varus Nightshade who owns a shop called the Mystic Whispers, and we should definitely not have them tell our fortune. So, I'm stubborn, and I want to go have my fortune told.
Do as you must.
Cool.
you are your own person, he's all. You can make your own decisions.
I'm gonna go scamping.
I'm going to hear this fortune, but I'm not getting my fortune told.
Awesome. Trust me, nothing they'll say will shock me. My family's cursed, all kinds of shit.
I want to go to.
Yay! Yandre, you wanna come?
Sure.
Cool. Calmac?
I'm gonna stay here and practice my sword play.
Alright. I cast Minor Illusion on the
That's what they call
table.
it.
I cast Minor Illusion on the table, and I'll make it look like a wet blanket. I think, well, this is for you for later, because clearly you're going to need it. And
Damn, you just calling him out.
it's not a very good looking wet blanket either, because I don't have that type of skill.
Boo hoo. Have fun with your inevitable fortune telling.
I have no idea where this fortune teller is, so I'm just going to go meandering around.
scamping
Okay.
around.
I'm gonna go
She told us where
Yeah.
it was.
She said the person has a shop that's named this. She didn't give us a place.
Oh, gotcha.
And I refuse to ask for directions. So I'm just gonna go meandering until I find it. Maybe pick up some food while we're walking around. We haven't really explored the town. We just kind of go to like 5 places and that's it. Like people who live
Okay.
in Vegas but don't go to the strip.
Okay. So, roll me an investigation check right quick.
Oh, goody. Not me. Well known for my investigation. One of my highest skills. I rolled a 2.
It takes you a little while to find this place, especially since you're refusing to ask questions. But in the Cerulean Courtyard, which lies west from Saint Eliana Square, you find a curious little shop that bears the title Mystic Whispers. The shop's exterior is adorned with flowing tapestries depicting swirling constellations and mystic symbols, hinting at the otherworldly treasures that lie within. As you kind of enter into the space, the interior is dimly lit with soft ethereal lighting, casting dancing shadows along the walls. Shelves are lined with intricate trinkets, enchanted amulets, and mysterious artifacts, each radiating an aura of magic in a variety of different colors and strengths. Looking backwards, a heavy velvet curtain leads to a private consultation chamber in the back of the shop. You can see complete with a round table, beaded curtains, and crystal ball type thing. And the scent of incense fills the air. Farther back, you see measuring out various spoonfuls of sand. You see the individual you suspect is Varys, a tiefling of dark, dark purple skin, which in this dim light almost appears black. He has these kind of large horns that are actually bifurcated somewhat uniquely. They start first kind of in like ram's circles, but there are little pieces that flare backwards, making him look quite menacing. And he wears, contrasted, however, are these kind of long robes of flowing pink. But as you kind of make your way in and the chime on the door jingles a little bit more, the figure Varys kind of leans back, glowing light coming out from his eyes. Ah, welcome, customers. I don't think I've seen you here before.
No,
Interesting group. Interesting group. Yes, please come. Have you... Ah, I see. You have been warned about me. Ah, don't worry about it. My fortunes are true, even if you might not like to hear them.
I would like to compliment you on the many vast variety of things you have here.
Oh, most of them are small trinkets. Parlor tricks, really. Meant for flashy shows and to pique curiosity.
My,
Some of the more dangerous things, of course, I don't keep out on the shelves because, well, five-finger discounts do exist, and these are not the sort of items that one who does not know their danger should be messing with.
my curiosity was piqued, that's why I came here.
Ah, yes. Every aspect of this shop has been specially designed to pique curiosity.
Now, I have been distinctly warned not to get a fortune from you, but...
Well, indeed, indeed. Of course, then again, I must say, a certain degree of even that negative reputation is indeed something I have partially crafted to further pique curiosity. After all, I am out of the way a little bit, and, well, of course, foot traffic drives sales, and sales are what we all require to survive, so might be a little gimmicky, but oh well, it pays the bills.
I would like my fortune told, please.
Of course, of course. Ah, the daring type. But I could see that, after all, with a lifeblood such as yours, adventurers out through the ages, how could you not? So, in that case, the rest of you should feel free to mingle, see if there's anything that might be interesting to you. And let me know if there's something that I could help you find. Please, Lady Azal, come.
Can I pay to watch this fortune?
Oh, fortunes are quite a private thing, so I'm, of course, willing to let you be there, so long as Lady Azal thinks it's okay.
It's up to you.
You should say no.
I will take no for an answer.
The shame if only my cat friend were here to tell me. Yeah, Voyager. My life is an open book. My future, well, you'll probably be around for it, so...
Perfect.
Well, very well then. Follow
Wait.
me back to my workshop.
Quick
Oh,
question.
one of them, anyway.
How much does this cost?
Oh, I think. How about this? First one's free. After all, it would be for my benefit if you do actually come back.
Ooh. Some friends when I was younger used to say the first one's few usually means it's some kind of drug. So I am totally in. Let's go.
Or prostitution.
I don't think that one's right.
Maybe only... You know what? Never mind.
Your life is way different than mine. Sure, come on, let's go. I'm ready. What is it? The horrible death by dismemberment? Dragons incinerating the body? I need to know so I can run face first into it.
The flu.
I see, I see.
COVID. Son of a bitch.
Disserty.
That would be hilarious.
You die of poverty. What?
I already knew that. Damn it.
So, you head back into the area. You kind of you pass through the beaded curtains. He kind of closes up the kind of the velvet curtains, and you're in kind of like this semicircular booth that's just got like one wedge kind of cut out of it. So you guys have to kind of shimmy around. And he kind of sits there, gestures to the crystal ball. Well, as far as fortunes, are you just wanting something weald or woe in the near future? Or perhaps are you thinking of something in particular, such as whether or not something can be done about a certain friend that you see on occasion? Thoughts?
You have driven my interest so much already. What's your most popular request?
Oh, well, some people like to know about what will happen in the near future. Second most common thing, your gambling results. But I should warn you, those tend to not work very well. As there's a lot that features into the chance on those things. So it is best to ask something where you already have some potential idea at how something will lay out. The fewer variables that go into the result, the more accurate the reading. But who knows? Occasionally I could have a flash of prophecy, something like that.
I would like to know about my near future.
Near
And
future.
there's a lot of variables already involving that, so let's just see what it takes you.
I see, I see. Well, near future, near future. Let us go loud. You know what? This would be easier if I don't use this. And he kind of slides the crystal ball over. After all, I think I already have an idea about where you're going. And he kind of reaches his hands out, kind of bit like big, kind of sharp taloned fingers, just kind of waiting for you to place your hands in his.
Alright, just to warn you, there's a lot of weird shit that could happen.
And he kind of sits there for a moment. Ah, yes, a weary traveler. Come closer, indeed, my whispers of fate. The winds of destiny carry a somber tune, and the stars above foretell the shadows cast upon your path. Listen well to the words that weave a tapestry of doom. Ah, of course. Beware of Raven's cloak at the break of dawn, for its call heralds the day cloaked in deception. Trust not the face that smiles, for behind them lies a serpent's venomous fang. Rivers flow black with ink, signs of written word obscured, and lies will flourish like weeds in a garden neglected. You go to a place of great danger. Yes. You are to enter a den of darkness, a place filled with knowledge, yet you do not have all the knowledge you need to survive. Danger exists there. You should be wary of the one who sends you along this path, for they do not have your best interest in heart. Yes. Poison. Poison lies the way you go. Be very careful. Follow their tune, and you'll find it is you that shall taste the serpent's venom.
Ooh. Get all goosebumpy.
Of course. Of course, of course. Like I said, my fortunes are true. But from what I can tell, I would just pick the future steps a little carefully, as the path you tread is full of brambles, and if you're not careful and rush ahead too quickly, you may find that the path ahead of you is filled with obstacles you are not yet ready to overcome.
This has been most enlightening.
Yes. Though, to be honest, I have no idea what it means.
I got some ideas. That's why it makes it so fun. Vora, do you want a shot of this?
Sure, I'll do it.
Mhm.
And I have a very specific question in mind.
Very well.
Get it.
I sit down and I stare him right through the windows of his soul and say,
And he's got these glowing eyes and this smile that's just like, God, this guy's a little unsettling.
it is of utmost importance that I have clear understanding. What will I get for dinner tonight?
Ugh. And with that, Barris just kind of sits there for a brief moment. Very well.
Chinese or something.
He kind of sits there, sits a little bit. Ah, yes. Step closer, hungry soul, and let the flames of fate cast their light upon your cravings. The table before you is not merely a feast, but a tableau of omens foretelling the tale of your meal. You know what's? Oh my
You
God.
wanna call Kelmac wet blanket? I'm glad I stayed. I'm glad I
He
stayed
kind
home.
of sits there and goes,
Beware the sizzling of meat over eagerly cooked, for in its charred remains lies a remainder of haste begets ruin. The broth that simmers too vigorously shall stir up troubles that refuse to settle, much like the stormy sea tossed upon a fragile boat. When bread rises too swiftly, know that your ambitions too might inflate beyond your measure, leaving you with naught but a hollow shell of accomplishment. Yet the cheese that clings, I'm sorry, I can't do this anymore. You know what? The truth is, the idea is, whatever you eat tonight, just don't eat too much of it. Oh, and don't drink wine. It's probably poison.
Okay. I will certainly pay you for this fortune. How much was this?
Oh, I usually do 10 gold, but... Yes, fine, let's make it 10 gold.
Absolutely. And I pay him.
He kind of takes the coin. He's just kind of puts it on his wrist.
Like
I
applaud.
must say, truth be told, I should have seen that from you. I could tell when I looked at you, you do not take things seriously.
I don't understand. That is quite serious and very important to my well-being.
Yes, I understand. It's just the fact that you've managed to survive as long as you have is quite frankly astonishing to me.
Ha!
That's actually quite fair.
It's not even a true statement, though.
I have died.
Yes, I was aware. I could tell at the moment you walked in. The
Can you
scent of
smell
death
it?
hangs upon you.
I've been told that before. Very primal smell.
I pop my head out the curtain. Yandere, he smells death too.
He does.
Well, it's more of the fact that I can, well, smell the death that hangs upon and a curse that once lingered within your body. The curse may be gone, but there are traces of it that I can smell, part of my infernal heritage. But, yes, I could tell.
Well, thank you. I will certainly not overindulge tonight. And if I do, I will know that I had been warned of the peril.
Yes, and again, remember, don't drink wine.
No
it's
wine.
poison.
Poison.
Can I drink
Absolutely.
wine?
Actually, yes, you can drink wine, that's fine.
Cool. That was kind of handy, Volred. That's a bit of information. That's really handy.
Yes. Thank you. You have indubitably saved my life tonight.
Well,
I
Of
drink
course.
wine quite often.
yes, I know. Though that's not your normal spirit.
Oh,
Yes, you're a spirits man cognac, as far as I can tell. That's
Well,
not
Reddit
fortune telling. I can smell it on your clothing. You had some
You're-
earlier
you're an
today.
alcoholic.
So, you probably shouldn't drink that early.
you know,
You spilled
I-
some on your lapel on the way here. You perfumed
tell-
yourself with it.
I could tell you were very talented when you knew I was dead and knew of the curse. You should not have told me you smelled the cognac because I would have recommended you to everyone.
Well, I understand, but as I said, it's fine.
Would you like some cognac?
No, I'm quite good, thank you.
The fortune must have told him. Thank you, and I just kind of walk away to the others.
Thank you so much. This was so fun. Why would they tell you not to do this?
Are you walking away with?
Yeah, I'll leave after you. After you
Yeah.
went into the
And
main
then,
hall area.
curtains open up a little bit. Varys kind of struts back in the shop.
So, my other customers, did you find anything that piqued your interest?
Can I get this frog that's got a ridged back that when you hit it with this mallet, it makes like a croaking noise?
Yes, though I must admit, it's actually part of a set.
Ooh.
And he kind of sits there and goes, let me find the rest of them. And he starts digging through some stuff and pulls out like different frogs. They're slightly different hues and different sizes. Ah, there you go. Basically, it's a set. Each one makes a different note in the musical scale. What's actually quite interesting about this one is if you feed them a little bit of water in their mouth and then pluck a relatively simple melody, the frogs will actually learn the melody and will croak it back to you. It's actually kind of weird, but it's interesting.
I like it.
Well, then let us say 50 gold pieces for the set.
50 or 15?
50 if you want the entire set. Though if you are partial to just the singular frog, we could perhaps sell that individually.
Well, if I get just the one, I'm going to want the other ones later. I'll just get the whole set.
Yes, well, I appreciate your understanding. After all, they are magical items, so I can't give them away too cheaply.
Alright, I hand over 50 gold, individual pieces.
I'll take it. Thank you so much. And here, I believe this is the case that they all go into.
Frog things.
Yes, of course.
Cool.
Also, don't be surprised if your fly problem in your house abates as well.
Yeah, okay.
As Kelmac is sitting at the house, all of a sudden, just like an egregious amount of flies are just.
No, no.
Where the fuck all these flies come from?
Caleb's gonna look at Izal. How was your fortune telling?
I learned so much from it.
Did I get it done?
I mean, I think everyone could really benefit from it. But mine was like, Raven's Cloak, it's on. We're being deceived, obviously. I mean, I had that one. There's probably some hidden words on that contract and stuff. We should probably get that, take a look at. We're definitely being put into a trap for their own benefit. You know, the generic stuff, but it kind of makes it feel better that, like, oh, I knew it.
Okay.
Also, he knew Volred's an alcoholic.
That I don't think that was necessarily fortune telling. Because everybody can smell that.
I mean, I'll be back later for like other stupid mundane stuff all the time.
That's interesting. I just smell death on him. You smell something else?
Are you asking Varys?
No, I'm asking Caleb.
Cognac.
Well, I can smell the fact that he just got finished drinking not too long ago.
Well, didn't you see him drinking?
Yes.
So that wouldn't
Well, I
be
can also smell.
Does his breath smell of? I'm assuming cognac, right?
Yeah. It's not a bad smell. It's just a smell.
Andre like pulls out like a basil leaf and hands it over to Volred.
He's trying to season you.
Yes.
Would you like a mint? It's basil, but
I'm sorry, what?
well, they told me that they could smell the liquor on your breath. Well, the spirits, and I don't know if that's a scent that you want to walk around giving off.
Is this a gift?
More of me just making a polite suggestion that you should take it.
Well, I will take it, but You told me very well to always inquire when it seems as though a gift was being offered.
It's not a favor if that's what you're looking for.
Okay.
Caleb, you should get your fortune told.
Yes, Caleb, I learned that I would be poisoned by wine tonight should I drink it.
And they could smell death on you?
Yes. The fortune teller could smell the death and noted of my former curse.
I want my future told. Caleb, I will go after you.
That's this. Varys is sitting here watching this, going, "Ah, yes, very well. Back in. I should note, it is 10 gold pieces for the fortune."
And? Is that a lot of
Just
money?
making sure. To note, if there is a form of payment required, I think it is right that you should be aware of that prior to accepting the service. You know.
Oh, yes, great.
Very well. Caleb, yes, you are next. You are muted.
Then I
Sweet
will
child.
head back there.
Okay. He kind of brings you in to the booth, kind of closes stuff. All right, doing this yet again. All right, so let us see here. We have some fortunes to tell. Anything in particular that you need to know about?
I would like to know more about the forces conspiring against us.
You're going to have to be a little bit more specific there. You're talking like a large, like big bad evil guy who's after you, or maybe.
Yes.
Okay.
That.
Okay. Well, let's get into this. All right. All right. Well, this one's probably going to be a little hard. And he kind of reaches out to take your hands in his clawed palms. Let's see here. Brave seeker of truth, lend an ear to the whispers of destiny, for they carry warnings of the shadow that. Sorry, this voice is really starting to get to me.
Oh, sorry, session's over. Can't give you your fortune. Bye, get out of the shop.
Smoke. It's real easy to do the voice if you smoke cigarettes.
Yep, that is
Because
a
that
part.
becomes natural.
Yeah.
Eric's gonna get real committed
But-
to the bit
but I
eventually.
don't
Start
wanna-
just doing drags of cigarettes and he's like, all right, let me tell you a little story here.
No. So no, yes.
You want your fortune told?
As he continues, the fates reveal the essence of your main villain, woven into the tapestry of forbidden omens. More ravens. Very well. Beware the raven shadow that blankets the sun, for it mirrors the villain's touch, casting darkness upon all that was once light. The serpent's hiss shall echo in their deceitful words, leading astray those who trust too readily. When the moon's face is hidden by a shroud, know that the villain's motives are veiled in secrecy. Their web of lies ensnares the unsuspecting, and even those most noble of intentions shall be twisted like gnarled roots. The thunder's roar shall herald their approach, the storm of chaos and discord that follows in their wake. The crows will gather, sensing the carrion scent of their malevolent deeds, and the air itself will grow heavy with the weight of their ambitions. A storm lies far here in the heart of this place. They seek its power, but they know not how to control it. You stand alone from them. Perhaps with the ability to stop them, perhaps not.
Burrows with thorns that pierce the hand of the unwary traveler serves as a harbinger, waning to the pain they shall inflict. Yet remember, O seeker, that even the darkest night gives birth to the dawn. Stars shall align and guide your steps, and in the end, it's the choices you make that shall determine the outcome of this grand tapestry. But may your resolve be unshaking, and your heart strong, and let the seed that grow inside you grow to weather the storm. Well, I suppose if I think a little bit about that, and the images that flood my mind, I believe you have some inkling of the storm of which I speak.
Yes.
I see. Yes, I figured you would. And the villain of your tale speaks that storm, or what's more specifically, they might be able to find within that storm. They grow close, very close. But, well, you have within yourself a power that might oppose them. But you know so little about it. Quite frankly, it is beyond even my sight. But there are those, one who served the stars, one who has seen your future in the firmament. Yes, I suppose that person might give you more insight. But I should only say be very careful. From what I can tell, the inclusion of crows mirrors a little bit of the fortune I gave your friend earlier. These crows, I think, are ravens are a ill omen, which means they may perhaps in some ways be linked. I do not know precisely what it is you are going to do, but it would seem to me that whatever it is you are about to undergo, the path that you have begun to walk, can lead to some very dangerous places if you're not careful. And you may end up being ensnared in the machinations of your villain before too long.
Yeah.
Careful that you not get caught in that storm.
Thank you for that. I am curious about the one you said I should speak to about my future. Were you perhaps referring to my father? The one who
I
sees
cannot
the stars?
say for certain. All I see is a star that reigns above a solitary tower, one that casts his eyes to the firmament to see that which lies beyond this world. He has knowledge that he has not yet shared with you, and while he does not know all, I believe he suspects, at least somewhat, the path you wake, at least the power that dwells within you.
Okay.
He shall be a third gardener.
Well, I appreciate you doing this for me.
My pleasure. After all, your power is somewhat unique. I sense something. And his eyes kind of flick up a little bit, and you can see he possesses arcane eyes, right? But
Yeah.
there's something about it that seems to stare like really deep into you. Ah, yes. There is a seed of something, and I do not yet know what it is. But it is quite interesting. So I certainly hope you survive. You'll be a good customer to have.
I will most definitely be back.
Of course. If I can provide any services to you, please let me know.
Do you have the ability to cast sending?
Indeed, I am a diviner by trade. I can reach out beyond all sorts of things. My sight is very good.
Then I would like to make a request of you.
Very well.
I would like you to keep an eye on my future. And if something pops up that you see as dire and I need to know about it, reach out.
Very well. I
You
suppose I can.
say each of these is 10 gold?
Yes, of course.
Let me look at my inventory real quick.
Man, look at that. Kalen's spending more money.
Yes, I am.
I spent 50 gold on some wooden frogs. Don't be blaming Caleb for this.
Hey, they get to play a little tune.
They're a magical recorder.
You could make
I'm
You
going
could
to
make them
give him
play
a total of 150 gold total in various knickknacks
That gets
that
you
I am
so many frogs.
taking out right now.
you could make it so whenever you walk into the house, they play the Mario 64 little song. Wop 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 wop.
Take the mark bell.
The reason why I'm doing it is because he's going to have to cast the spell many times.
At least
So
15.
yes. And he's going to be keeping an eye on my future for a while.
When you go into the basement, wop 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 wop.
And consider this a introductory to a long-lasting relationship.
Yes, that is what I am hoping for. As I said earlier, good relationships, they bring in money. So, this is certainly helpful, Master Caleb.
I appreciate your help. And thank you for the information that you have provided. I find it
I
very
hope it is useful to you.
Caleb, what'd they say?
as we walk out, and she says that basically that a great storm is following me.
I could have
And-
told you that.
Yeah, but basically there are forces that is trying to control the rift, and they are after me.
Hmm.
That's the gist of it.
Well, this was fun.
Yes, it was.
Is it not my turn?
Yes.
Varus kind of says, "Yes, Lord Yandere, please come. I believe you need answers, yes."
Well, yes, that's why I asked to have my fortune told.
Of course, of course. You know how this works.
I use my.
No, I don't.
Well, in any case, please, have a seat.
I put water in my little toads and I start playing it out in the other area.
Okay.
Ah,
I love it.
Can I play chopsticks with them?
I don't know.
Yep.
Give it a shot. I hand him some sticks.
Finally, the frogs animate. Just please stop.
I look
No
at
more.
Volcred. I'm like, 50
But
gold.
no, yeah, that's the thing. Like you feed them a little bit of water and they kind of animate a little bit. Kind of weird.
This is the best thing I've bought in the last 24 hours.
But anyway, Varus kind of brings you in, Yandere. Kind of reaches out his hands.
Yandere like takes his hands and just like grabs them and holds them.
And he kind of says, "Goes, that's fine." So tell me, Master Yandere, what is it I can search the stars for you for?
Well, I want you to tell me my future. Does it have to be something specific?
If you have a specific question, I could search there, or if you're just looking for a general understanding of what comes next, I can do that as well.
Okay. I'm about to take a job that might require me to go home. And I just want to know, does the benefits outweigh the detriments if I were to go?
Ah, well, there we go. At least that is very straightforward. Tends to be a bit more than what your compatriots gave me, so that should be quite easy. And you kind of sitting there with your hands in his. Wanderer of realms, heed the whispers of fate that guide your quest. Or an artifact sought beneath the shadow of an ancient power. The omens intertwine, revealing a path you must tread. He kind of sits there for a little bit and pauses. When the moon embraces the night in a silver glow, venture to the heart of the forgotten forest, where ancient trees stand like sentinels in time. There beneath the canopy you shall uncover a hidden path obscured by ivy and shrouded in mist. Ancient trees that have seen and know all. They have answers that you seek. Along the path that winds like a serpent through the thicket, listening to the whispers of the wind as it carries secrets of old. When you come upon a clearing bathed in starlight, the earth shall yield a subtle tremor. The entrance to a labyrinth catacomb beneath. Yes, there is something there. Something you need. A flame that will guide you. An underground river comes rushing like the veins of the earth. A rickety bridge, tiny one. Suspended above the abyss that craves the shallow of the swallow of the caress. Chamber of shadows and darkness and unnamed. Take heed, for its power is a boon and a curse, and its allure may cloud your judgment. An altar of forgotten gods, wreathed in silver and stone. There you shall find something that will bring back a king dethroned.
I'm sorry, I checked out after you said mist. What was that?
And he kind of sits there and goes, okay, well, now that that's done, I have to kind of remember it because this just kind of comes as like a free association kind of thing.
Yes, like off the cuff.
So if I remember the visions correctly, there was a forest, trees with red leaves, but there's a place in there with big damn trees. And then the big damn trees have information. They can tell you where to go to a place where a forgotten god dwells. There
Is something there that you need?
Under the leaves and ivy.
Yes, but yes, if you're able to make that path, it seems that there is some obstacle that might, well, shadows that might disperse once you have it. Yes.
So is
Offering of
that
silver and moonstone upon the altar of a forgotten god.
yeah, thank you. Was that a yes or a no?
Yes. Sorry. It's starting to fade a little bit. Tower in a large tree. There's an altar there. King.
Oh, I didn't need you to repeat that part. I did hear it.
I know. It's just. If you go, bring an altering of silver and moonstone. There is a path that you can walk that, if you make it towards the end, will solve some issues that you have. Be forewarned, though, it appears you will be hunted with along every step of your journey. So, once you begin, you must see the quest through to its end. But you will be handsomely rewarded if you do so.
Great. Yes. Go. Trees. Large trees. Bring an offering of silver and moonstone. Get there, heavily rewarded, but will be hunted.
Yep, that sounds pretty much. Yep.
Great. You said it was 10 gold, right?
Yes.
Just so you know, if you do Kelmec's future, you might want to cut some of that down a little. And if you ask a yes or no question, you can just simply say yes or no.
I understand. It's just fortunes don't really work that way, you know? And yours is very interesting. There's a lot of static. A lot of powers at play in yours.
Have you thought about writing this stuff down, maybe?
Well, you know, it's just the words and the visions come into my head and I simply speak them. They don't dwell long, and truth be told, by the time you and your compatriots leave the shop, I will most likely not even remember anything that I saw.
Oh, yeah, they're like dreams. You wake up and then you think on it for a couple of minutes and you remember most of them and then they go away. But
Yes, much
if,
like that.
if you wake up from a dream and you write it down real quick, it stays. It's pretty vibrant. And you might be able to revisit people. I heard you were talking about possibly making this a business venture. Well, you do it as a business, but like making it a lucrative one, you can keep files on people and remember what they said.
Oh, yes, indeed. Actually, it might be interesting if I got one of those magic quills that writes down everything you say. That might actually be worth the investment. I'll have to take a look at one of those.
You should. And if you decide to make a book out of it, I will come back to collect 5% of your earnings.
Very well.
Shake on it.
Sure. And he kind of reaches out and shakes your hand.
Good. I will go back to my party now. I will probably try to see if Kelmac wants to do it. Kelmac!
You're real
He's not even
loud.
there.
Yeah, really, really loud.
Kelmac! It's like in the faint like background somewhere. It's just Kelmac hearing.
Our neighbors hate us.
I'm not even gambling right now.
I don't think he's with us, Sean. He is not going to hear us.
Oh, I forgot. Well,
How'd it go?
Good. I was told to bring an offering of silver and moonstones to a path in the wooded forest that would help me find information that I need to help regain the throne of a lost king.
Ooh.
That was very descriptive.
Well, it took a couple of times, but yes, we got there.
What? Like, we could ask him to repeat it? I didn't know we could do that.
he used a lot of very large words at the beginning, and so I was just like, "Hey, I didn't really get that. Can you at least give me like the Cliff Notes version?" Originally, I asked him if he could just say yes or no. It was a yes or no question, but he gave me way more than I intended. But all good information.
This is fun. I don't know.
Do we want to go?
I don't know what our neighbor was talking about. This is totally worth it.
Did we want to go and take that quest now?
Caleb,
Yes.
can you see invisible writing?
Let me look in my book.
Better yet, I can probably, or if not, we can go see if Godwin can and see if he can do just a quick glance through a tail over that contract, just to make sure there's not something we're missing. So I got a feeling there's something hidden that we're not quite seeing.
Well, yeah. I mean, Caleb did use detect magic on it earlier, and said that it was mundane.
Right, but
Yes.
that only lets you detect magic you can see.
Yes.
So invisible ink wouldn't show.
I do not have it in mine. I do not have it in this book.
I'm just going off of what my fortune said because it was stuff not seen kind of things mentioned. It's like, well, let's see if we can look at something we can't see.
Yeah, I do not have that spell, but I can also try and try and find the spell. But
We can go ask
I
Godwin.
do not have access to it today.
We can go ask Godwin.
Yeah.
But real quick, can I do one more fortune teller?
Are you looking at the party or looking at the...
Not you. No, I'm not. I'm asking the fortune teller.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I do another one?
There's yes, but I can't give you anything more direct than
Ah.
what I've already given you.
This one's private. Don't worry. They're not allowed to come in here and do this one.
Very well. And kind of brings you back in and goes, wow, fortunes are very popular today.
Riveting business.
He kind of goes to sound. Yes, of course. And he goes, so, what is it that we're going to take a look at today? Oh, now, because we've already done one today.
About the relationship thing, can you give me some insight about what's going on, what I can look forward to?
Ah, so you're looking for now?
I would like to know about certain stuff that's going on that I would... Is it working? Am I just way over my head? That kind of thing. And by all means, don't say it out loud. Write it down or something. Just send that to me privately.
As I tried to let your friend know, it doesn't exactly work like that.
Let's just close these curtains off so no one can hear. And just close.
So he kind of sits there and goes,
All right, well, let's see, yes, romance. Hopefully this goes better for you than it does for other people.
What?
he kind of goes to take your hands. He goes,
Yes, let's see. Ah, yes. The delicate dance of hearts entwined, a journey of emotions guided by the tapestry of fate. Listen closely, for the omen shall reveal insights into the path of your romantic entanglement. When the sun sets beneath a sky painted of hues of gold and crimson, know that the ember of passion burns brightly between you and your beloved. Let the laughter shared in these moments be the foundation upon which your connection flourishes. Beware the storm clouds that gather without warning, for they know the conflicts that can arise even in the most ardent of relationships. Like lightning in the night, harsh words may strike, but remember that rain cleanses as well as disturbs. And the fragrance of blooming flowers shall be your guide, leading you to tranquil gardens where conversations flow like a babbling brook. Take the time to truly listen, for in the silence between words, understanding often blossoms. Yes, it would seem you are fated to turn well in some cases. Soon upon us, in barely a week, lies the Night of Flowers. A powerful, holy day of the goddess Rael. It is said that confessions of love given on this day are blessed by the goddess. Perhaps that is your time to strike. As it seems when the mood strikes just right, and on this, that holy day, romance may indeed work quite well for you.
Well, this has been the best store I've been to in like weeks. I hand over 10 gold. It's like, awesome. Great. Everything's going as planned.
Yes, of course. So, that, I hope everything works out well for you.
Me too. Alright, let's go.
If, you require anything else, feel free to let me know.
Will do. Thank you. We go back into the shop. Good news. That's it.
All right.
Okay.
Did you have fun?
Oh, hell yeah. There's so much stuff going on. Like, we could die tomorrow. All kinds of stuff. Well, Red, do you want
I
some
could die
wine?
tonight.
I got some wine in my alchemy jug. Let's test this theory.
I mean, the wine's coming from you, so... Oh, you said it was from an alchemy. No.
It's like magically made, though, so I think we should be fine. As we like leave
I'm
the
okay.
shop. It's like, let's test how close to this death we can get.
Let's test the limits.
Let's go, Kayla. Let's go to Godwin's.
Yes. What city are we in right now? We're in...
City
They
where
were
Godwin.
yelling.
Okay, we can also go by
Valerian?
Master Valerian.
He definitely can see through this. He's all kinds of trickster.
Well,
Yep.
yeah.
Don't you're not correcting me, Caleb. I'm right.
He's sus.
Yeah. Well, I was more thinking the illusionist would probably be the best to find out.
Oh, you really want to introduce your friends to Warham now?
No, I don't.
Please do.
Oh, I will eventually.
I want to meet all your friends.
Maybe.
This is fun.
Yeah, I guess Warham's the only Ruka they haven't met yet, huh?
Yep.
He refuses to let us meet that person.
Yep.
He mentioned that
Caleb
one
has
time.
a complicated relationship with Warham Godfrey.
Fucking
A lot of
weird.
PTSD there, which is saying something considering, Sabile's a necromancer whose place is guarded by the undead.
Yes.
That's understandable.
But your bed doesn't end up in a different room every morning.
That's on you, dude.
No, it's on him.
That's frustrating.
Godwin's shop. Let's go.
Yeah.
Godwin.
Okay.
Gordon.
Yep. We're actually gonna stop it there for tonight.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I know. But it is that time. So that is it for chapter 91. Come back next week, next Tuesday, where we will have chapter 92. And we'll see what goes on because you guys have talked about doing a variety of cool stuff. Plus, you guys met some of your neighbors today. You went shopping and got your fortunes told. You got singing frogs.
Yep, that's totally a worth
That's
purchase.
the highlight.
Well, I don't know.
Well, the
You know what you
highlight
have to
for
do
me
now.
was the freaking fortune teller. That's
That was great.
You know what you have to do now, Jace? You have to put the frogs in the tavern.
Yeah, I gotta get Britmix Studios to make me 5. How many frogs is it? Like 5 or 6?
It's like 8.
8 different frogs.
Well, I don't know. Like, how many frogs are like? How many notes are in a scale?
Well,
Seven.
so
Seven.
It's
Seven.
I'm going with
7
Okay.
in scale, but if you're going to do your sharps and sharps and flats minuses, it's 12 total.
Yeah, atonal. Yeah, all 12 notes. So
Sounds like I need
we'll say 12.
12 frogs are croaking. See if I get little
12 frogs are croaking.
Oh no.
See what
Are
I
we
can
changing that song now?
do. See what we can do
No.
about frogs in the tavern. And
Although we might as well, because I don't think any of us really ever remembers all of them. Some of them,
on the
5 signet rings, everyone
remembers.
remembers. 3 guilt-free levels, 2 earthling gauntlets, and Axel stuck in a tree.
I don't know that one. That one doesn't make any sense. So it's nothing. Join us next week on Tuesday for episode 92 of Black Tower Stories: Adventures in Athoria.
Yes, indeed. Next Thursday, also 31st, should be Jason and Jace, if I'm not mistaken.
Right, so not this Thursday,
Yes.
but next Thursday begins the
Yeah.
back-to-back weeks of Adjacent with Jace.
So if you've got some questions, start getting those ready, and get them ready. Share them on, our socials, whatever you want to do, because it'll be interesting. I mean, I don't know who's going to be on that day, but
who knows?
lots of questions.
Good night, everyone. See you next
Good
Tuesday.
night.
Bye bye. Auf Wiedersehen. Guten Tag.